Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Arctrek, Celadring, Arrow Flynn, welcome guys, welcome lurkers. How you doing? Moon Flyby today. And I have a little screen there to kind of show us status there. We can let's go full screen. Actually, let me duplicate that for a quick switch. Okay, I want that. One there, one there. I need. Alright, so there's the full version. And there's the mini version, so I can click that out of there. There we go. And then
plebs are needed.
Vasi Olympia Cost 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Alright, so now we can go full size, regular size, and then just to get a catch up on what they're doing, audio. See what they're talking about. Let me get the music started. Maybe put that lower in the.
That's awesome, Kelsey. Did you get a SITREP updating you on a slight change in logistics for PCD use?
Alright, I'm going to turn music down just a little bit.
Christina,
I think we'll be able to leave.
We did not, but we will take it now.
Leave the audio for the flyby up.
We slightly changed the PCD plan for the window observers. The two window observers kept their PCD. So in other words, the one that window 2 went to window 3 and the one at window 3 went to window 2 when they swapped rather than staying at the window. We'll plan on all observers keeping the same PCD for all observations.
Copy, Christina. That makes sense to us, and good plan. We are coming up here on a cabin and window team swap. Let me know when you're ready for a quick vehicle status.
There we go. Alright, now let me reset my windows there. But so yeah, I can now just click that on, get full view. That is the best they have, because I'm at full 1080 on that one, so they're a little bit fuzzy. Not quite 4K resolution from that far away. But very cool. And if I click that, okay, that's the one I click off. Then we can get to the game. All right.
As you heard, science.
Go for the vehicle system update.
Howdy, Reed. We don't have much for you. We just wanted to let you know that toilet right now is no-go for use as we stick with the predetermined limit for now. All crew members, please use CCUs. Otherwise, Orion is looking very good. And you have
still
15
toilet
minutes
issues
in this handover time where we expect Victor and Christina to switch to the windows and you and Jeremy to be in the cabin assisting. Let us know if you have any questions.
It's like, I want the window seat.
No questions at all. They're in the swap right now. The first thing I'll tell you, I floated up to the docking hatch window and just...
Araxius, hello, welcome.
What I'm going to call the Mari around Oriental just looks so different out the docking hatch right now, it's quite a bit darker. It's the same darkness, if not a little darker than Grimaldi, but it's cool after just being in the 400 mil for the last half hour. Looking up close, I got pictures of everything I was just describing on the Terminator. It really is a fascinating Terminator. And then Oriental just looks so...
Yeah, their view with their own eyeballs right now.
The docking hatch compared to what I was just
Holy cow.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our SAW cameras at what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Awesome. Alright, so my status.
Yeah, Jenny, I wish you had some longer lenses on the solar array so you could see the whole moon, but man, it is, or the up-close moon, not the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool.
All right, MPO and Inco, take notes. We want a zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed.
Yes, we do. Alright. So last time we added this. So this will allow me to add tanks as needed
As the crew gets ready to switch
for
positions,
separating gases
from
we
the
buy
window crew
from
going
the
back to
trader.
the support crew and the support crew flying up to the windows.
We built a
This
platform.
view inside the room, Capcom Jenny Gibbons speaking with the crew, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. The crew has continued to provide excellent descriptions of what they are seeing on the lunar surface. In this picture, or in this live view actually, from Orion and a camera mounted on its solar array wing, if you look at the dark portion on the right side of the screen, those are visible from Earth. That's considered the near side. Those are ancient lava flows from a time early in the moon's history when it was volcanically active. And if you look towards the left, there's that dark, large crater that appears above, to the left of those lava flows. That's Oriental Basin. It's about 600 miles wide, and it straddles the moon's near and far side. And this mission is the first time that humans have ever been able to see this with their eyes in the daylight.
Yeah,
Again,
because
you hear
the
conversation about that Terminator, you have a great view of that as well. That's the difference between light and darkness on the moon. Victor Glover explaining that as a very jagged looking Terminator due to the peaks that they're seeing and the craters that they're seeing as they prepare to
yeah, the
cross
back
over
side
the
is
far side.
very much rougher than the near side. And then the reason that crater hadn't been seen is for all the Apollo missions.
You also heard
For
Science
landing.
Officer, the Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, sharing with Victor Glover that his responses are truly something that only human eyes can discern or provide. So we've previously discussed how having humans observing the moon on this mission is being combined with lunar robotic data to help us maximize what we know about the moon. So part of that data comes from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or LRO. This orbiter provides the robotic foundation that makes
Hey,
Artemis
Odaba,
2
welcome.
lunar science possible. LRO has been orbiting the moon for 17 years, which makes it the longest operated lunar orbiter in history. And it's also the
Which
only
is quite a
American
task,
spacecraft
'cause
dedicated
staying in orbit
specifically
around the
to
moon
lunar
is hard.
science and exploration.
The gravity differential tends to
Artemis
throw
2 lunar
satellites out of
observations
orbit.
are designed to complement data like the detailed surface images from LRO. So while LRO provides those detailed high-resolution maps of the moon's surface, the Artemis 2 crew adds human observations that focus on regional context and relationships between features, giving scientists a larger geologic picture. Now, this combination of robotic and human observations strengthens lunar science. LRO delivers precise and repeatable measurements over long periods of time, while the Artemis 2 crew contributes real-time visual descriptions and context that robotic instruments alone cannot provide. The best description I've heard while preparing for this mission is to compare the difference in looking at the moon with your own eyes on Earth and trying to take a picture with a camera. The camera truly never does it justice, and it's much easier to describe and perceive what you're seeing with your own eyes than to take a photo.
Alright.
These Artemis 2 astronauts can rapidly scan wide areas and adjust their focus in real time, as well as describe
Let me
relationships
reset.
between features. The crew will also observe the same regions multiple times under changing lighting conditions during the flyby and provide perspectives that would take robotic missions years to accumulate. During the Artemis 2 mission, LRO is also attempting to
Alright,
observe some of the same lunar features that the astronauts are studying.
Seed.
Collecting this data simultaneously
So make
highlights
some
how
more
different
tomato
instruments and
soup.
human eyes provide complementary information about the moon. This LRO data plays a direct role in preparing for future Artemis missions. Its measurements of topography, surface temperature, composition, radiation, and lighting conditions are used to assess hazards, identify safe landing sites, and locate potential resources such as water ice near the lunar South Pole. This mission, Artemis 2, represents the point where years of robotic preparation are paired with human exploration for the first time in the Artemis era. So together,
nope, wrong way.
LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and Artemis 2 are demonstrating how NASA moved from mapping the moon robotically to exploring it with humans. We are laying the groundwork for future Artemis missions and sustained lunar operations.
Alright,
A check-in
into my
with
suit.
Orion. We are now 4 days, 21 hours, and 22 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, our crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. We are now 8,153 miles away from the moon, 250,742 miles away from Earth. The spacecraft is traveling at 1,030 miles per hour.
Mission lapse time there. But anyway, what I was saying, the reason why these are the first astronauts to see that craters for the Apollo landings, because they did do one flyby without a landing, Apollo 8, no 9, 10. But for the landings, they wanted they're did on the near side, so the side facing the Earth. But they wanted the sun on the horizon so they could see details in the on the moon when landing, like the shadows would help them get perspective for landing. So, and the way they did it, I guess, always had that side on the dark side of the sun.
The professional science update giver is now in seat 2. That is where Victor is, and Christina is nestling into seat 1 with the long lens, and we're just getting ourselves oriented here. It's a cool view in the cabin. It's actually a cool view to be off the camera now and looking at my crewmates getting up to their observation post and looking in. It's super fun.
Nice. Yeah, because when you're landing, you want that.
Copy, I'll read. We like it.
Those shadows from the sun hitting from the side to be able to, best land. And also so the sun wouldn't be beating directly on them. Well, I guess it's direct. So there's no atmosphere, so it doesn't matter which angle it's hitting from. It'd still be hot, but that's one of the considerations. Finnan, hello, welcome. Alright, now it's our mission to the moon. So we started the new, more permanent base setup over there. Nope, I did not swap oxygen. There we go, let's kick that in. Helmets on. We have all our ice machines doing things. We have our...
As we heard confirmation from
Zero.
NASA astronaut and commander of Artemis 2, Reed Wiseman, they are now switching positions of the
Got our
support
solar
teams and the
panels.
observation teams. So initially, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were at Windows 2 and 3 in the Orion spacecraft, taking photos and making annotations in their PCDs, portable computing devices.
Alright, so now I want...
They were also giving audible descriptions into their PCDs, wearing headsets with microphones and providing recordings that the science team will be able to listen to later.
Alright, how do I want to do
from
this?
NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Victor Glover as they made observations as part of the support team.
I want a larger airlock because then we can put in
Now,
a
as
suit.
these teams are swapping, we anticipate hearing more from
docking port.
Reed and Jeremy as they'll be on the support team, while Victor and Christina will be at the windows taking photos and making annotations.
Do I also want to... Question is, do I have the door right at the edge here? Or do I put in a little foyer? That way I'm not trying to come up on top of it. I think a foyer? I could try something new with the one door going that way, one door going that way, and then the docking port in this segment. Yeah, I think that would provide a nice little change to the normal operations there. So we get docking ports, walls, or doors, and some walls. And some copper. Alright, that. Now, to not interfere with each other, I need to use a particular type of door. I think composite.
Plebs are needed.
Plasma Riot, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Chill Team. Then have one that way. Alright, it's a little bit different. I do have more frames. Alright, let's extend this a little bit. One that way. One that way, and then so it'd be overall 5 by 7. Yeah.
And Jenny, for the science team, if they can mark this time, I just covered up window 4 to block out the ambient light from a very bright planet Earth. And it'll be interesting to see if in the data, Victor and Christina see any differences from me and Jeremy with that window blocked. It's a lot darker in the cabin now.
Blocking the view of Earth.
Copy, Reed. We're taking note, and we'd be curious too.
Alright, very good. Now we need a bunch... Well, I need the steel sheets to firm that up. We need walls. We're going to put the greenhouse kind of up a slope. Well, let me get the sheets first to seal those in. Oh yeah, open up the tool belt, move it over here. Arc welder.
We are live in the Artemis mission control room during the lunar flyby of the Artemis 2 crew, the first humans to fly by the moon in over 50 years. Orion launched 4 days, 21 hours, and 30 minutes ago atop the SLS rocket, Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our 4 crew members inside the spacecraft are transitioning their positions. The cabin and window teams have swapped. Currently at the window, we have Victor Glover and Christina Cook, NASA astronauts, and serving as support, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen.
That's right, we have the materials to make the nuclear batteries now.
Handheld Nikons with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. There are also GoPros on each of the solar arrays on Orion, and that's where this view is coming from right now. We have an interior camera of the crew as well, but they have dimmed the cabin lights. They've actually turned off the cabin lights to allow them to better see outside of the spacecraft. This also helps prevent any reflections from lights inside the spacecraft reflecting onto the windows while they are photographing the moon.
There we go. Need a new battery for that. Yeah, let me look into the nuclear battery, especially for this arc welder. Oh wow, I used up exactly that whole stack of steel sheets. So electronics. Nuclear, so I need steel, Inconel, and astraloy. There's the Inconel. Steel. Astraloy. It's over here. Hey, Helvetic Torch, welcome. Alright, so astraloy. The others away. Keep the iron and steel in there. Solder.
We talked a little bit about the views and the cameras being used on the Orion spacecraft. And again, we do have GoPros on the tip of each solar array wing. Now, the bandwidth is a little bit limited because having a crew on board, we do have to downlink a lot more data. That includes their environmental control and life support system. We are not the only data, this view that you see, coming down from the spacecraft, and so
Nebula
we do rely
nurturers.
on sharing some of that with the
Void
other
vegetables.
flight controllers in mission control. This helps the team monitor all systems aboard the spacecraft and ensure the safety of our astronauts.
I like with the big antenna, we can even get the 3x3s even when we're off. Off axis. Very cool. Thank you, Plasma. Alright, contact. Land. That's what we try for. Chill vibes. We... Alright, what do you got for us? You will buy... No, we can buy from you chocolate bars, chocolate cakes, milk, cheese. So we want to make a cheeseburger. Soy oil, egg carton. Doesn't say whether... Probably not fertilized eggs. I think you have to get
We are
a higher
standing by for a
level
situation
trader for that.
report from the crew aboard the spacecraft. They've been imaging the whole moon. There is now a new crew at the window. That would be Victor
And they will
Glover and Christina
buy
Cook. And
empty
so being it's their
cans.
first time since they have moved up to the window positions, they have a chance to orient themselves
Soybeans.
and describe and take pictures of any color or albedo variations across the surface.
Tomatoes, they're
Reminder,
114.
albedo
Okay, we
is
could
the
sell them some.
brightness or reflectiveness.
Integrity Science for a science sit rep when you're ready.
They're 114. We have a set of tomatoes ready. Well, maybe probably some 10. So I should get 15. That way we can make one thing of soup. So let's do that.
Houston Integrity, we have no external view of the moon right now for the floating crew members, so my only science sit rep is that we have Victor in window 3 doing observations and Christina in window 2 with the long lens.
Alright, yeah, those are the good soybeans.
Integrity, we copy.
I'll go 3 each.
Are the shrouds still on windows 1 and 4? And if so, would you consider trying to get a view through one of those windows?
We cannot take the shroud off of 4 because the Earth is too bright and it's impacting Ike's peripheral vision. And then I can get a grazing glimpse out the docking hatch window. I can see Oriental south down to the South Pole. And the primary thing that I see from Oriental right now is
Need 5 of
the long
these.
trenches.
Yeah, so we'll just sell
that
10 and
come
I'll
out.
make a can of soup.
You know, when you come out the north side of Oriental, the ejecta kind of boulders across the northern half of the far side. But coming out the southern half of Oriental, I just see those large, here they look like gorges. They're almost like rain when it comes down the Grand Canyon and fingers off into the desert, kind of what it looks like.
A little
Also,
extra cash is always welcome.
Burgess Alpha is extremely bright. It's the brightest thing that I can see.
Alright,
Even brighter
you
now
can
than
go.
Aristarchus, which is heading off to the Terminator. It's almost impossible now to see Aristarchus, the thing that Jeremy and I looked so much at. I can just barely see the crater rays from Ohm, and I would say for albedo right now, I would go back to Gramati is still extremely dark, especially in that southwest corner, and there are parts of Oriental and the outer ring of Oriental that reach that same level of darkness, especially the rings of Oriental reach the same level of darkness as Gramati. And then south of Gramati, Jeremy and I were noting a few other just really dark areas of cratering, or I'm sorry, Mare there, and those have that same darker albedo, but Burgess Alpha is the brightest, and Gramati is the darkest.
Integrity Science, that was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for the docking window geometry to give us that description. Any comments before you go on the annular ring in Oriental?
The annular ring, which I think everybody kind of describes as like a pair of lips or a kiss on the far side of the moon from here, is very circular in nature. The northern part of it is wider, darker. The southern part is much lighter. It is very neat looking, and but it is far more circular than I remember it looking in our training. The darkness of the northern side of the annular ring is the same darkness from here out this docking hatch window as the center mare in Oriental. Not quite as dark as Grimaldi, but it is probably only because dust and lunar regolith has kind of impacted over time.
Reed, that's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much. You have heart hands coming out of the sir.
Alright, made a can of soup, sold some vegetables.
Say that again, Kelsey.
Just saying that the sir was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear.
He just
about,
wants her to say heart hands again. Oh, look at that view.
Yep, you bet. And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got them
72 degrees.
A little bit late.
See which way we need to go. Probably the wrong way.
That was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, now providing a science sit rep as he is away from the windows most of the time. He is working as the support person along with Jeremy Hansen in the spacecraft, as Victor Glover and Christina Cook are now at windows 2 and 3, able to photograph the moon.
Holy cow, does that take a long time?
Christina and Victor are also providing recorded information to their portable
That's even
computing
taking longer.
devices, that's their PCDs, and the science team will have access to that at a later time. They will then review it and compile all of this data to help further our understanding of the moon. One of the items you heard mentioned was Oriental Basin. This has been a very exciting opportunity for the crew. They have all been very excited about seeing Oriental, as well as the science team has been looking forward to it. It is known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon, as we discussed earlier.
They're doing something.
From the pictures, the science team is hoping that the crew will take centered images of the entire basin and surrounding craters in a single frame, but also use those 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lenses to create a mosaic entire basin. With their unaided eyes, the science team is hoping the crew will describe southern dark annular ring, which you heard Reed just describing, as well as any color, albedo, texture, or topography across the mare patches and ring mountains. Science team reports that the observations will be used to study the geologic evolution of the youngest lunar basin and to inform formation hypotheses for the annular ring.
Holy cow, it's taking a long
again,
time.
another fun fact about Oriental is the diameter is the same distance between
Oh yeah, I
Johnson
never made
Space
my
Center,
battery.
where we are today, and Kennedy Space Center, where the crew launched on April 1st.
Okay, that was well away. It went from 72 to 102. So we're gonna go the other way. For sure. Secretary, hello, welcome. Right. I guess going by the angle of the Earth and everything, you could figure out where this is. And I wonder if the if this is relatively accurate to what would be in this space. Okay, now, okay. I think we're gonna time out before this.
This live view from the Orion spacecraft
It's
on
not
the
any
Artemis
better.
2 mission, now 7,373 miles away from the moon, 251,130 miles from Earth.
Nope. I have a feeling it's gonna be almost straight up. Cabin to pressure, yeah. Alright, we're gonna miss this guy. Unless I happen to accidentally get right on it.
Again, the Artemis 2 crew passed the Apollo 13 record of the humans farthest from the Earth today at 12:57 p.m.
pressure.
Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
It's not too bad. We sneak in contact.
That distance set by Apollo 13 was 248,655 statute miles. We have clearly passed that, and we expect to pass that by about 4,105 miles. That will be when the spacecraft reaches its farthest distance from the Earth. It could be around 252,760 miles, but again, these are approximations and our targets, and we will make sure to report back the final numbers once we have them.
Oh, right, yeah, exactly. Turn off, yeah. Don't vent all our oxygen. Well, problem solved. Alright, so we got building Star Stop. Probably not. Just a new name. It's probably just the basic stuff that we can get anywhere.
We have some refined times of when we expect to have Earth set of Earth behind the moon while Orion flies behind the moon. That would be about 5:41 p.m. Central, 6:41 Eastern. The spacecraft would make its closest approach to the moon at 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern, and that would be about 4,066 miles. And then at 6:02 p.m. Central, and the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from the Earth. We anticipate that'll be about 252,755 miles, which would be 4,111 miles farther than Apollo 13. We would see Earthrise again at 6:21 p.m. Central Time, and a few minutes later,
London signal asking for
tomato
soup tins. Hand sanitizer. Oh wow, they don't want anything. That's the first time I've seen that. But they have a good variety of survival stuff. I need the refrigerated vendor. Because then we could buy the eggs and the cheese and the milk. And at least make a cake. That's only 50. 60.
Currently aboard Orion.
Not too bad.
Victor Glover and Christina Cook are the two team members conducting lunar flyby observations, meaning they are using the Nikon cameras to photograph the moon, and their PCD, the portable
Plasma, this
device
game is all about
to
surviving
conduct
on
annotations. They are both recording
different
information
planets
that will be downlinked
or
to the
moons.
science crew. And tomorrow morning, the science team will have
so you have to make supply your own oxygen, supply your own power,
so fresh. They'll be speaking
supply
with
your own
the crew
food,
about their observations and their data collection.
supply water to grow the food, smelt
Otherwise, most of
ores,
tomorrow, Flight Day 7, is considered an off day.
collect gases. And today I'm gonna try to build my tiny little survival hut here. Gonna try to build a little bigger main base area. Move a lot of our machines into here. I'll blow yourself up in the process, yep. Alright, we need some walls for that. Oh yeah, my nuclear battery. 5, 5, 10. Okay, let's make 3 of these. 2 for myself and then 1 for the arc welder. Everything else really doesn't need this kind of battery. It's 4 kilometers on the side. It's a square 4 kilometers on the side. So 16 square kilometers.
We are on flight day 6 of the Artemis 2 mission, the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, providing a critical opportunity.
Yeah, big enough to get
practice
lost.
lunar
That's
science will
very
be
different.
Conducted during future Artemis missions.
I've gone a couple
If you're
long
just
walking
joining us, the
expeditions.
crew
I've
is
got about
well into
halfway.
their lunar flyby observations, and we anticipate that we will hear from them soon.
Awesome.
A few times every hour, they are slated to call down with science sit reps or situation reports. We most recently had one from Commander Reed Wiseman. He and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist, were first at the windows today to photograph and make annotations of what they were seeing. Therefore, we heard more from Victor Glover and Christina Cook earlier in the day during those first blocks.
Yeah,
But
then
now
you can
that
write
Reed,
scripts to
Wiseman, and
control
Jeremy
some of
Hansen
your
are on the
equipment.
support side, they are the ones calling down what they are seeing from Windows 1 and 4. Earlier, we heard that the Earth is so bright in Window 4, they have had to temporarily cover it with a t-shirt.
Official shroud.
The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. So things that we experience on Earth, like weather or plate tectonics, don't really apply. So the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. And studying the
Craft
moon
a
helps
nuclear
scientists
battery.
understand how
1.21
planets formed
gigawatts
and
is
evolved,
the
how the moon influenced our own planet Earth's history,
achievement
and
for
how
that.
the sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. Artemis science is designed around questions best answered by humans, working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time judgment, context, and adaptability that only humans can provide. This mission, Artemis 2, is serving as a proving ground for lunar science operations, which allows NASA to test how science is planned, executed, and supported during a crewed deep space mission ahead of our future Artemis flights.
So here I'm getting rid of waste gas, resupplying oxygen. Take off my suit momentarily, let it dry out basically.
Integrity, time for a window team position swap. So Victor and Christina, please switch places if you've not done so already, and remember your SD card for the camera.
And then get a drink of water. And now we're set for another session outside.
We're in the swap right now. They're wrapping up their last comments, and they'll switch over and change guards in the long lens.
Copy.
First time for that one. The other one pop out yet? No, these take a while. Okay, came back just in time for number 2.
As you heard in that call, it is now time for the
I
team
do have-
members at the window to swap positions.
Did put a big battery charger out here. We good?
That means Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be switching roles. One of them
Alright.
has been photographing the moon with a Nikon with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other was making annotations on their portable
So
computing device.
make that and then stop.
And both are recording audio that the science team will be able to listen to.
Now walls. So we want this to be a little alcove.
We are now 2 hours and 10 minutes until we expect to lose signal with the spacecraft as they fly behind the moon.
Be able to see inside.
And the next target for the crew is considered a crew choice event. They have the option to focus on any regions or patterns or features that interest them. The science team has asked the crew to capture pictures that illustrate their choice, as well as at different zoom levels, and to describe why those certain features or regions caught their eye. Those recordings are part of what are being saved on their PCDs, portable computing device, that will be sent to the science team for analysis.
That's going to be... Okay, these can be windows.
The crew has been allotted 8 minutes for this crew choice event, and it's also a time for a scheduled sit rep or situation report. So we expect to hear them calling down what they are seeing soon.
Darn it. That's what I want. I think that's what I want. Okay, we come in the alcove, get into the airlock. This will be our suit docking
that
port.
The crew, or that the science team has used to help prepare the crew, is a cue card. These ask for a feature ID if they happen to know the type or name, and if it is a target. Of course, in this situation, when they have a crew choice, they do not need to, it may or may not be a target. They want to know the location and the observation style. They've also asked for the geometry of what's being captured, the size, shape, boundary, and preservation, as well as the color and shadow. So the color tone, the albedo, that reflection or brightness, and any shadows or illumination. Next, they're interested in structure and texture. That includes slopes, structures, and textures, of course, and geologic relations, like association to other features, any contact to those features, and of course, their thoughts, impressions, or interpretations. They are interested even in emotions and excitement that the crew may be having.
Alright, so for this...
This flyby day has been practiced in many ways, even in Sims here in Mission Control Houston. The team also conducted some field work, learning how to look for specific geologic features.
Let me go and make a lot of plastic.
They also photographed a large globe, and the science team helped them determine which features they would be targeting and how to look at those.
We'll just set you going. That'd be 250.
We have a few
Eventually,
more minutes
that
the crew
many
would be photographing their crew choice. Again, this is NASA astronauts Victor Glover and Christina Cook at the windows. They will then move on to another discussion portion. This is for the
these nuclear batteries are
that reflectiveness.
probably don't want to charge them all up at
we
once.
Heard earlier about some browns seen on the moon, which is very interesting, especially here from Earth, where we are just seeing whites, grays, and maybe even black at some points. When they get into that discussion for far side albedo in a few minutes, the theme is looking to
Alright,
know
this
how
will be...
that color and albedo is, what those variations look like across the far side.
our feed for our new base. For now. Let's hook up that transformer.
On the right side of your screen, the Science Evaluation Room, or SIR, where team members are looking real-time at what the crew is seeing, and even earlier where...
Yeah, those nuclear batteries are draining my main batteries.
We'll take it.
Okay, the crew has swapped position.
It's still red.
They're in their crew choice element. I've been listening to both of them for a
Alright,
little
let me
bit, and
bring
they're really
20%.
they both decided to pick the Terminator, and they're spending a lot of time looking at the Terminator, just talking about the resolution that they can see.
A split level at least.
And the various interesting,
We need a greenhouse. So this floor will be the main living area, and then we'll have a stair up to a greenhouse area.
And Christina is just looking out the window, and I'm sneaking a peek in T-shirt window. It looks like, I don't have the best angle here, but it looks like Aristarchus is on the limb of the moon now. It's amazing how quickly it changes as we speed around the far side of the moon. Stuff that's leaving our field of view, and now we have a lot of the dark side of the moon that, you know, it's missing for us right now, but it would be in view if it was lit at all.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's no light for the dark
Jeremy,
side of the
thanks for
moon,
that sit rep.
except for
do have a
starlight.
question. A few times we've heard you and the other crew describe change during the course of your flyby. Would be interested in future descriptions of more verbosity about how it's
Probably.
changing. Thanks for the great sit rep.
Yeah, probably do need more. Throw in like 10 more solar panels. That one's completely dead now. We'll just charge up one at a time. But yeah. Probably have enough of these.
Yeah, Kelsey, sounds good. We are definitely keeping an eye on that. My eyes are just not readjusted. The moon is so bright when you come back to the window. I was just in the interior of the cabin. I've come back to T-shirt window, and it's just overwhelming brightness. And my viewing angles have been challenging, so I won't be able to give you great observations from this window. But I will talk about something that I was talking a lot about in my recordings earlier, which was we've been talking about some shades, and so we have obviously the dark and the light gray, and then we've talked about naming some colors, a brownish hue and a greenish hue. And I'll tell you, like right now, Aristarchus, the plateau is hard for me to see from this window, but that had greenish hues to me and was very unique. I didn't see anything like that anywhere on the side of the moon. And then
Yeah, I'm talking about the dark, present dark side, not
there's a number of them.
the
For example, in the northwest corner of the highlands,
not what people refer to the dark side as the far side.
hue is caused by ray or ejected material landing on the highlands, and then we obviously see the ray areas as a lighter albedo, but in between the
They could have.
the deposit
They are
thinnest, that is
getting
what it looks
sunlight
like
on
is
parts of the
causing the
moon
brown to be.
that
So I saw
people
that in the
have not seen
northwest
before,
side of Aristarchus, or
because
sorry,
the
that dark area
Apollo
of the highlands.
missions, when they landed,
Northwest side
they
of the
had to
highlands, I
have,
saw it in
they
the
had to
highlands
land
to the
near
east
the
of
Terminator,
Wisco. And then I see those
so they'd have contrast with the
same
shadows
brownish
to be able to
hues
see where to
west
land.
of Oriental.
And then it had to be
And I drew
where
a
the sun
contact
was
there
rising
window, but that's a huge region,
on that landing
kind of
spot.
like a piece of pie with
So in the little picture above
point of the
me,
pie pointing
the sunny
Oriental
part
and
is
going
facing
up
back towards Earth.
towards the northern side of Hertzsprung. And that is an area that just looks like a different, that brownish albedo.
Alright, where to put the
That was
controls?
fantastic, Jeremy. We had heard rumors of the green and brown hues, and so you really read my mind on asking about those. Understand they likely didn't have any contact with each other the way that you described them, but please correct me if I misunderstood that. And then last thing, I'll make the same offer we made to Victor earlier. If it would be helpful for us to verbalize any targets so you can stay at the windows and keep your eyes adjusted to the moon, please let us know.
If you got something you want us to look at, Kelsey, you can send it on up.
Alright, connecting all 4 door bits.
Definitely not looking to interrupt your flow, Reed and Jeremy.
Let's put the
offering,
APC there.
Assistance if you guys want to keep your eyes off of the PCDs.
Let me go get an APC. I need more cable.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
Oh yeah, lots of cable.
Not really science related, and we definitely learned that
Let's
from
get some
Apollo, but
lockers
the
I
thing
can
that
put
is
up
just most
there.
fascinating, I think, to me and Victor right now is even as rugged as the far side looks, when you look at Oriental and Home, it's rugged. But man, when you look at the Terminator, it is just like impossibly rugged, and it reminds you that the whole far side is that way, and just the Terminator is really bringing out the shadows and the hills and the valleys, and it is just, it's unbelievable. It's like no surface of the Terminator is not marked by meteor impact, and it's just, it is very impressive to look at that, and you realize that that is true across the whole far side.
Yep.
You just can't see it.
Playing on the moon
Good
and watching the
illumination
moon.
right now.
Reed, Houston copies, and we were commenting on the same thing. Even from our view, the Terminator looks absolutely alien because there's just so much texture in there that we're just not used to seeing. So thanks for sharing that with us.
There's also, I don't know the name of it, coming out the south-southwest of Oriental, right on the southern Terminator, is just a massive crater. I don't know the name of it. Maybe you can look on the solar array wing video and tell me it's right. It's the southernmost crater you see on the Terminator right now.
We're looking for you.
Put that there for now. I'll just put that next to it for now. That way we can put some supplies here, and start moving things into the big... Anyway, now I need power to the whole room. I need an APC. Area power controller, iron copper solder. Not really a calculation, just have been set to... I do need to set that. Now we need to run from there all the way up there. Let me run backwards. So we'll come in along this wall. Kind of have to come away from the...
We're loving that picture. Thanks for showing us. And Reed, as an answer to your last question, we believe that that is Chebyshev crater. And the sir agrees with that.
Let's see.
Okay, that picture I was just showing you is an 8X iPhone out the docking hatch for the high grazing angle. It's just amazing.
We love it. Thank you.
Like they're using just kind of off-the-shelf parts. iPhone, GoPros, Nikons. Can't place that.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Mission
Oh,
elapsed
heck.
time, 4 days, 22
realize
hours,
that
12 minutes
these
into
was
the flight
blocked.
of Orion. This is Lunar Flyby Day for the crew aboard the spacecraft. Reed Wiseman,
Yeah, I
Victor
can see the
Glover,
capsule
Christina
fly over.
Cook, and Jeremy Hansen are now the farthest people to have ever traveled from Earth.
Woot. Alright, yeah, I need an APC.
This a live view from inside the spacecraft. They have turned off the lights so they're able to see outside and photograph the moon better with no reflections from inside. And for a very brief moment there.
Integrity Science, thanks for those iPhone views. It's helpful to see what you're seeing.
So yeah, they've kind of blacked out the capsule so their eyes can adjust to see as much of the moon as they can with their bare eyes.
We very briefly saw NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman showing a picture he took on his phone of the moon. We do expect to get
I
all of
missed
the
that
photos
part.
that the crew is taking today, and we cannot wait to share some of those with you. But pretty cool in the meantime, just to see one quick shot from what the crew is seeing.
Oop.
And this view from outside the spacecraft on Orion's solar array wing.
Invite them over for dinner. Yep, making some more soup.
Orion is now 6,643
I'm not
miles
serving
away from
them
the moon
canned
and
French fries.
continuing to grow closer. Again, their closest approach will be about 4,066 miles.
That's a
So
little
its
bit...
comparison is if you held a basketball at arm's length. That's about what it would look like to the Artemis 2 crew at their closest approach.
Yeah, so a little more than the diameter of the moon itself. So we needed an APC. Oh yeah, I put the stuff in there, I just didn't make it. Hiccup. Oh, there we go. We need a... Okay, that one's getting up the orange. Okay, it looks like during the day we might be able to stick another nuclear battery in there. Yeah, it's just getting nighttime, so never mind. I do need a regular battery to put in the APC. Canned cheeseburgers, yeah. We can make cheeseburgers. They are not canned, though. Don't have to suffer that horror. Uh-oh, XCOM
This
Enemy
view
Unknown
showing,
soundtrack. Let's hope that's
at
not...
the very top, a camera coming from Orion, continuing their flyby
indicative.
of the moon. We
Indicative
have
of what's
three
gonna happen.
more flyby observation blocks after the completion of this one.
Yeah, put that there.
Down on the bottom left of your screen, that's the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room, where team members are continuing to work through all of the targets that the crew is photographing today, and they've helped identify some of the craters and some of the other items that the crew has seen on the moon's surface. Down on the right is Artemis.
Alright, so
Mission
that
Control
one I want to
here in
go.
Houston. Those two rooms down at the bottom are just down the hall from each other.
Alright, so that can now charge. Well,
And we are just a few minutes away from the next cabin and window team swap. That means Victor and Christina, who have been at the windows, will fly to the cabin, the background essentially, and be their support crew for Reed and Jeremy. Reed and Jeremy will move back up to the windows.
actually, off for this. Alright, now we have power to the doors. So we need... Now we need the console. I guess I can go kind of in the middle of the windows here. And we get an advanced airlock so I can set the pressure that'll open that. Something more reasonable. New battery time. Still good on oxygen and food.
The crew is continuing
Hey, we're up to yellow.
their discussion portion of the flyby in the lunar targeting package, where it says far side albedo / color. They are looking, the science team is looking to get a good understanding of what the crew can see on the far side at this point, and its brightness as well as any colors. We did hear earlier Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen reporting that they could even see browns and even greens on the moon. I'm really looking forward to seeing those photos. And in just a couple of minutes, the teams will swap from the cabin to the window.
Yeah, it is cheese.
Another rundown of just how this flyby is choreographed inside the spacecraft today. So these activities have been timelined.
Yeah,
there are
that's
these
pretty
5
amazing.
blocks of time during which the crew is going to be observing the moon from Orion's windows. Now we are just coming up on the end of the
now I
second
need the
block.
advanced
We'll
airlock.
start the third soon. So at any time during those blocks, 2 members are at the windows working in a pair. One is taking photos from window 2 and has a blue shroud over the window to help prevent any reflections from inside the spacecraft. They are also using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. And the other astronaut on the window team will be in window 3 using their portable computing device to make annotations. Now again, both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing, and we are not hearing that right now. Those are going to be downlinked later to the science team, who will evaluate them and use that data to inform our understanding of the moon.
Oh yeah, gas sensor.
Those 2 crew members at the windows swap roles.
Integrity Houston, it is time for another swap between the cabin and the window team.
And vents and
So we have 15 minutes of handover time, and then we will expect Jeremy and Reed at the windows and Christina and Victor at the cabin. I have no new vehicle updates for you, but I do have a photo location for some photos on Ike's PCD, and I want to let you know that Jeremy's family have arrived in the viewing gallery.
Alright, let's set those up. Yeah, that's a very good,
Okay, Jenny, we copy
very
most of
good
that.
possibility
The
there.
only thing we're missing is what you meant about the
There's a
photo
lot,
location on
yeah, a lot of
Victor's,
PCD. a lot of oxygen on the moon. It's just bound up in silicates and ferrites and...
We copy, it's time for crew swap. The A team's coming out of the windows and the B team's going in.
Alright, we're...
Okay, copy. All I meant to pass for Victor's
fill out the window.
PCD is that there are some late load photos that were requested that are now in his favorite photos folder. And you're exactly right. We have Catherine and Devin here. They give you a big wave, and they're super excited and happy to see part of what you're seeing.
Gold, apparently, yeah, just in this game. Yeah, there's also coal on the moon in this game, so...
Okay, copy, Jenny. We're not sure what we're looking for in the PCD, but we're going to poke around and we may be calling you back about that one.
All right, that's no problem, and it's unrelated to Flyby.
Alright, so now we can power that up. I need some glass. And put plastic here. Extra steel sheets. Extra walls. Okay, I need to put the sensor down somewhere.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And as you just heard, Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut and Artemis 2 crew backup, relaying to the teams in Orion that it is time for a swap from the cabin to the window teams.
Got that. Everybody's got to get their turn at the windows.
The second lunar
window
flyby
seats.
observation block. Again, we have 5 of these today. Most recently, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were at the windows photographing and making annotations.
Alright, now I just need the
while
vents. Oh, the
Reed
vents
Wiseman
can be
and
over here.
Jeremy
That's
Hansen
true.
were in the cabin providing support, whether that is SD card help, but also science sit reps calling down any situation reports for what they are seeing on the moon or anything about the vehicle status. With that call to make a swap, Reed and
So I
Jeremy
need
will be back at the
2
windows,
passive
making
vents.
observations for what they see at the moon and taking photos.
2 active vents. Even though we're not actually venting anything in or out from the outside, I do want them for the advanced airlock so I can set the pressure and not the 0, not have to wait. There's other ways of speeding the process up other than that, but not too worried about those. So I need, yeah, 2 vents, 2 passive. Do I want to do? We'll go ahead and do insulated steel and silicon. Didn't realize I had more plastic. Alright, 2 of these. I'm getting thirsty. Two active. Gold and copper.
Again, you're watching
yeah,
live
probably.
coverage of NASA's Artemis 2.
That's really awesome up here is we now have
Probably with the
and the Earth
terrain
in
update,
window
it's my
3
guess.
simultaneously, and the moon is a gibbous, and the Earth is a crescent. And I I'm guessing in about 45 minutes we'll have two identical crescents as we change our position in the universe.
Right, as they go behind the moon, they'll be seeing the moon from the same perspective
That
they're
is
seeing
pretty
the
darn cool.
Earth.
Thank you.
Because right now they're seeing moon almost side on from the sun's perspective. But the Earth is pretty much how I'm seeing it right now.
That's the Artemis 2 crew, the first astronauts to fly by the moon in more than 50 years, reporting that when they look out of window 3, one window, they're able to see both the Earth and the moon at the same time now. Now, obviously, our view is from a camera on the solar array wing pointed at the moon, and we hope to see that view of both the Earth and the moon soon.
Alright, we got those and those. We got some pipes, so we're good there. Some wires. Let me bring some
upcoming
glass.
times for what you can expect. In about an hour and 40 minutes, we will have Earth set, and during that time, we will have a view of Earth going behind the moon.
So we should have everything we need to seal up the...
Shortly after, just a few minutes later, we will lose signal with the Orion spacecraft. This is tracked as it is going behind the moon and out of reach of the Deep Space Network. At 6 o'clock p.m., the spacecraft will make its closest approach to the moon at a distance of about 4,066 miles. At 6:02 Central, the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from Earth at about 252,755 miles. Of course, these are
that's what I don't want to wait
approximate,
for.
and we will make sure to provide you with the final distances
3,
once those are confirmed. At 6:21 p.m., we will have Earthrise from the Orion spacecraft, but we will not have communications with the spacecraft until 6:25 p.m. Central, when we expect to acquire signal with them after they've emerged from behind the moon.
Eat some... I'll eat up the French fries. They can have the soup. Boom.
Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's lunar flyby for the Artemis 2 mission, the first crew to fly beyond the moon in over 50 years. The astronauts inside the spacecraft are switching positions, 2 at the windows and 2 serving in support roles.
I didn't have enough
before
water.
They start their third timelined flyby observation for
That
today.
bottle wasn't full. There we go.
We've heard great calls from the crew so far describing what they're seeing, all well trained by the science team here on the ground.
Filter low.
That's not true. We still have 193% filter.
Another major milestone for the crew today will be to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. No one on Earth will experience this solar eclipse. To the astronauts, this will look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon will be huge compared to the sun. Whereas if you're standing on Earth and looking at a solar eclipse, the moon and the sun appear to be about the same size in the sky.
Alright, so now we need to vent
As the moon begins to cover and then uncover the sun,
into the
astronauts
room.
will see a partial solar eclipse, so that's before and after totality. And during that time frame, they will have to wear eclipse glasses so they can safely view this phase. They also intend to capture images of the sun's corona during the eclipse. This is a rare glimpse at the innermost corona that will only be captured by the astronauts' cameras.
Alright, I need that space free
During the
for
eclipse, we also
the...
look forward to the crew members describing what they will see, which includes unique
Okay, I
light
can
features
do.
like the shape and size of the corona and potentially even lunar dust. At the same time, Venus, Saturn, Mars,
There we
and
go.
Mercury will be near the sun, so they may be able to identify
So that
what
can
part of the
vent
sky
out
they're
to
looking at.
the...
This can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing, which is useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation. That eclipse window will last about an hour, and it'll happen near the end of the day today, closer to 7:35 p.m. Central, 8:35 Eastern.
Wrench. You can fly, yep, jetpack. Now we want that. Alright, now we have everything powered up. Now I need a vent for the... Oop. I jumped too far. Vent for the inside. Move that down actually. Yeah.
As you can see in
Did
this
it
live
again.
view from Orion, the Earth is the spacecraft is
Stationeers.
maneuvering
It's
around
a
the moon,
real,
and
yeah,
the
really
views of
great
the moon
survival.
have changed since we started our broadcast.
A lot of different balls to
The
juggle.
near side is now very far to the right side of your screen. This is the side that we can see from Earth. That darkened portion are ancient lava flows.
Do I need to do anything?
The crater down towards the bottom of the moon is Oriental. And
No,
this
we'll
is
leave it like that.
a crater that was previously never seen before by human eyes until this mission.
Yeah, that'll be good. So... glass...
Everything to the left of Oriental is considered the far side. And this is what we typically do not see from Earth.
Put in the actual windows. Okay, their orientation is the same. Because the Apollo missions, they had a particular way the sun
Just
had
a
to
reminder
be.
about this view. This is coming from a GoPro camera mounted on the tip of one of Orion's
They-
4 solar arrays. Each solar array has a camera mounted on it.
The view you see up above
The bandwidth is limited due
for,
to we have a crew on board, and this is our first flight of crew aboard the Orion
Apollo,
spacecraft. So
wherever they landed
having a
on
crew
the
means
near
we have to
side,
have
they
an
had to have the
environmental control and
Terminator
life support system.
just
There's a
away
lot of
from
data
where they
around,
landed,
a lot of
so
data
they
to
could
bring
see
down for the crew
shadows,
members to keep us
to
up
be
to
able
date on
to
everything happening aboard
get
the
perspective
spacecraft.
on where to
So
land.
we have to share our bandwidth when it comes
So,
to imagery and data.
in the image above, imagine moving the Terminator to the right. That way. Twisted to wherever the moon landing would have been. And so that crater would have always been in the dark. While they were, either they did their orbital thing around the moon, or when the command module was orbiting the moon, that part would have always been in the dark. I'm not sure which way the
Inside the Orion spacecraft, the astronauts
Terminator
have,
is
completed
moving
their
at the
cabin
moment.
and window team swap.
Because
meaning
they're
that
going
moved into the
around
next block of
behind
lunar flyby
that way.
observations.
They're going that way,
Jeremy Hansen and Reed
around to the
Wiseman are now
dark
back
side,
at the
the
window,
far
taking
side,
photos and making annotations.
which is also the dark
About
side at the
halfway through
moment.
this block, they will switch positions at the
I
windows
can't
and will be
recall which
prompted
way the
by the
Terminator
ground to do so.
moves. Because that is north and south relative to what where they're flying. Up is north and down is south, basically. Wave, yeah. So they would be. Yeah, they'd be basically straight up from where I am right now.
First of all, I'll just talk about the experience that I had during Victor and my observation time. It was an incredible
I can't
experience.
quite
We definitely
remember.
noted how much more you
I
can
did
see with the
randomly.
Zemlins, even
Mixo,
though we
hello,
have a
welcome.
great visible
Gerla,
eye image.
hello.
There's just a lot of texture that just comes right out at you when you can zoom in. So almost just using it like a telescope, the camera lens. We really enjoyed our discussion time. That was a great innovation on the lunar targeting plan. We were both able to describe a lot more kind of with flow, I would say, when we were talking to each other.
Which whatever
And
one.
also, we sort of were able to bounce ideas off of each other and come to new conclusions. We had, I think,
Whichever one have
successful
approximately
talking through
those
of some
coordinates.
context between different color areas, both in the Mare
Mons
and in the
Arcanis.
Highlands. And we identified some really unique texture areas as well. At one point, towards the end of the images
Oh, you're welcome.
of my time
Yeah, I
in
like it.
window 3,
Little kind of
I
box
just
canyon
had an
here.
overwhelming sense of being moved by looking at the moon. It lasted just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. But something just drew me in suddenly to the lunar landscape, and it became real. And the truth is, the moon really is its own body in the universe. It's not just a poster in the sky that goes by. It is a real place.
Yeah, because we're at, we have,
And we compare it to our home of the Earth. It just reminds us.
yeah, we have silicon
how much we
here.
have in common. Everything we
Iron
need, the
is
Earth
just off
provides,
that way a
and
little
that
bit.
in and of itself is somewhat of a
Can't remember what
miracle,
else is around.
and one that you can't truly
And then the
know
Cobalt
until you
Crater is
have
up
the
on top of that
perspective
mountain.
of the other. I'll switch into some logistics stuff. The Peltors, both their batteries stopped providing the active listening, but we have verified they are still recording, and so we are able to have discussion time and hear outside our recordings by just moving the ear cup off of the ear. Other than that, everything's working well technically, and we've been able to find a lot of targets,
so
and we're having a really great time.
Thanks,
Plastic
Christina. We
sheets.
copy those logistics for the Peltors, and also thanks for bringing us into the cabin with you with that description.
Crowbar. Internally powered.
Right on time. NASA astronaut Christina Cook, a mission specialist for Artemis 2, calling down a a situation report.
Alright, so they're both
Good
open.
news, reporting that she
Till we
and
turn on
her
the
teammates
airlock.
have been able to capture all targets that were listed.
Which we don't need to do until we actually seal up the area here.
Christina also gave a vibrant description of just how it feels to be there. And
I
to
think I
see
want
the
this to
moon up close
be,
and not just something passing in our night sky.
yeah, two floors.
Currently, the team members at the window are Reed Wiseman and
But do I want
Jeremy
frames
Hansen.
above?
Meanwhile,
Integrity cabin team for window shroud.
Because I might put a utility floor in below. I have to run in the atmospherics. Also, I want to get the liquid nitrogen for the cryo sleep chamber.
We're listening. Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey Victor, we have a temperature
Yes, that is
constraint on
correct.
the windows.
They
and,
used to be
the
procedurally
shroud
generated,
might be getting
but they are
upwards,
very
so we just
boringly
want to
procedurally
check on
generated.
the state of window 4's shroud.
It's much more interesting looking now.
Because maybe things have changed with our viewing, and if so, we would like to request to have the shroud removed.
Houston, we believe it is necessary. We pulled it off just as a corner. It is very bright. It definitely would affect our night vision and maybe comfort. But is there a time? Can you tell us when we would have to take it off by?
Yeah. Yeah, the map itself is 4 kilometers, but you are limited. You can't get to the last 200 meters.
Unfortunately, since it's been on for a while, we are going to have to request that the shroud is removed, and we can recommend something that could block the light but just create a bit of distance between the window and whatever is covering it. Something like a t-shirt would do the trick and help.
T-shirts. It's like...
Okay, we're removing the shroud, and we will we'll make it work. Thanks.
I missed why they had to do it, but yeah, there might be a heating cooling issue, airflow issue.
Thank you, Victor. We know it's pretty bright in there now with that window uncovered. We will also offer that airflow in the window would be helpful, so if you want, you can also retrieve the condensation hose, which should be friction fit onto one of the diffusers.
That's it, the
and that
condensation.
on the window would also help.
Yeah, they gotta be able to continuously take the moisture out of the air because they're all breathing out.
Diffuser at the window, so we're going to start with that, and it's pointing at the window now.
Yeah, I'd say this is about typically the footprint of most people's bases.
Okay, we'll take that, Victor. Thank you. Please keep us updated.
Mine, of course, doesn't have a lot of stuff filled in. And it's just like open vacuum. Melt ice. Yeah, I've just melted ice so far. I have all my ice melters here and the various filters they need. You put each gas or liquid into its own tank. Not integrated in anything except for the base over here. So nitrogen, oxygen, nitrogen for the jetpack fuel, and also to feed the soybeans,
CSA astronaut,
and then of course water.
Back up to the crew aboard Orion.
How am I doing on oxygen? I should check
the
that.
window shroud they had placed on window 4. They initially placed that shroud there to block out some of the light from the Earth. It was extremely bright coming in the cabin and interfering with some of their viewing opportunities out
1.3
at the moon.
kilomoles. Could use some more.
This was a request from ground teams to ensure that they are protecting other systems, and the crew has been offered the opportunity to use something else to cover the window.
I have a couple mining backpacks for storing stuff.
Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen continue with their lunar flyby observations.
Let's go and throw in another 50.
They had just looked at Glushko Crater. That's about when we heard that call down from Christina Cook with that description of everything she had been seeing during her
I'm not using enough
observation period and what she was seeing at that time.
CO2 in there, so just my own
the science team asked
waste
this
tank has
crew
been
to
enough.
take centered images of the entire crater and their ray system in one
Let
frame.
me switch over to that real fast.
They're also interested in knowing the brightness, texture, and
So that's what they're seeing
extent
right
of
now.
Glushko's rays and how they differ in the mare or
In
the
Das Wolf.
sea area versus the highlands.
Yeah, for a small starter room, the waste
Glushko is
gas from
considered a
your
young
suit
lunar crater crater, and these
is
observations
generally enough.
can
But I
help
do need to check if
understand
there's any
material
CO2
properties
there.
of those craters.
Yeah, we will definitely be pulling up all of the manufacturers into that room for one.
Science, integrity.
So I can do that in shirt sleeve environment.
With connecting with what Christina said, that it was very moving to look out the window. I had the unfortunate sequence to start looking out the window and then moved to the long lens, and it was hard to speak looking through the zoom because I went straight where Christina went, and I was walking around down there on the surface, climbing and off-roading on that amazing terrain. I also want to underscore something that she said. As we continue to explore, when we actually do go down there to the surface, I know for
Oh, we got full nuclear battery.
never send someone
Nice.
alone, but I just want to really emphasize how important the discussion time was. When we started to talk, we not only got better science discussion, we got better human connection, and so doing this as a pair, we just learn and grow together, and that's just super important, so thank you for adding that to this plan. Reed just passed me a note that the Oriental Basin annular ring has a similar albedo to the center, but a different color. It has more brownish tones in it, and he said it's very distinct now that he's been staring at it.
Victor, thank you. You got a cheer from science there, and we all just went on that
Galactic
moonwalk with you,
growers.
so highlighting how important it is to talk about these things. I also want to let you know that we have Deanna Glover with us in the viewing gallery. She's all smiles.
Well, you just got a bunch of cheers up here. Hey, babe. I love you from the moon.
We love that we got a hey babe too, and we also have one of your lovely daughters here watching you guys work.
Alright, let's see.
Thank you guys for doing that and for supporting them through this. And to all of you, Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, I love you. And Deanna, I love you. I'm glad you get to be there.
Yeah, I make sure the one way I make sure the windows, the hex tiles there in the windows are always oriented the same way, is I use this wall with the little cutout. Always put that at the bottom, and then scroll to the window.
From the crew members aboard Orion today,
So
as their
if you need a
families have
trick,
been able to filter in and
there's a
out
mod
of the
that tells you
viewing
which way they're
room
pointed,
here at
but
Artemis
that's a
Mission
trick you can
Control
use
at
without
Johnson
using
Space
that
Center
mod.
in Houston.
Just confirm
Victor
this down
Glover
there.
also giving a great
Scroll to
science
window.
sit rep and just a description of how it must feel if you were down on the lunar surface while he was looking through that 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. He also expressed how important it was to be able to talk through that real time with Christina Cook and stress the importance of that on future missions, that it not only made their discussions better but also more human.
Alright, so
Glover and Cook are in the support roles right now, not taking photos or making annotations at the windows, but they are also encouraged to have their midday meal at this time. For lunch today, those two crew members
could
have
bring the
options
battery
of beef
charger up
ravioli,
here.
salmon, butternut squash, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, cherry blueberry cobbler, tuna noodle casserole, tomatoes and artichokes, broccoli, and chocolate peanut
That's not the
butter
buns I want. That's the
bar.
buns I want. There we go.
Once Glover and Cook return to the window portion of their flyby today,
Alright, now...
Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will get into their midday
Oh,
meal.
we got our sunstorm.
Again, this is the third of 5 scheduled blocks for
No,
our
this
lunar
is the
viewing
time to
today,
put
and
those
if you were watching at the
batteries
start
on
of the
charge.
broadcast, you can definitely tell the difference in the distance from the moon. We are now 5,518 miles away from the lunar surface.
Yeah, when we
and again,
started,
expecting
the moon
crew to
was
get about
not
4,066
quite half
miles away.
the size it is now.
They are currently 252,050 miles away from Earth, and every mile is a new record, having surpassed the Apollo 13 milestone.
No, the
for
sunglasses
farthest
are for
distance earlier today.
finding ore. I'll show you them in a second here. Alright. We'll get so much power out of this. So... find some ore. There we go. Shows where the ore and what it is. Iron, coal. Something way down there.
If you look down to the bottom right of the moon,
Not enough
in
contrast.
that darker looking area, that is Oriental Basin.
In the brightness, but
We have continued to lose
very
views
handy.
of the near side. It is just barely visible over towards
oh, actually
the
sunglasses?
bottom right side of your screen. And then you'll also hear later about that terminator. That's the line between light and darkness while on the moon. It is really exposing some of those craters at this time.
Let's find out.
A couple of the other features in view right now are Hertzsprung Basin and Vavilov Crater.
That's a
Hertzsprung Basin
perfect
is
experiment.
nearer to the center of the moon, closer to that terminator line right now. And Vavilov Crater is just on the outskirts of it, closer again to the terminator. Towards the bottom of
no
the moon
effect.
and to the left of the terminator line, or currently shadowed in darkness, is Apollo Basin.
Yeah, you can see that my character did in the bottom right, but nope, no effect. That would be cool. If that did have an effect. I'm sure it's been suggested.
Science from integrity. Let me find out how far we are from the moon right now. But our view is about a third of the moon is in eclipse. That beautiful Terminator is out there calling to me. We're 4,691 miles from the moon.
Alright, let me reset here.
What looked like in the Terminator about a third
The
of way
windows
from
inside
the
do-
southernmost part of the Terminator looked like a
No, the
dinosaur
door
print.
door
One
windows
was
seem to be
running, to the northwest.
seem to have some shading.
Now is clearly a crater with a
Fortunately,
bunch
the
of
plants
craters
don't get
around it.
burned by this.
And that Terminator, I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now because we have the Z9 in window 1.
Alright, Plasma, have a good one.
That
Catch you later.
Terminator has moved. I guess I've been using Vavilov the whole time, so it's gone. 2 more Vavilov craters.
Yep,
to the
cooler
west.
has to be on more.
And so a few more features are starting to peek out into the sunlight there.
So I
with
need
that low sun angle, and so
new
you
battery.
still have ridges and valleys showing up very clearly, a very jagged
fresh
Terminator
oxygen,
and,
dump waste. Oh yeah, we'll see how carbon dioxide is doing.
some high elevation,
22%. Yeah, waste tank
in the
has been doing good.
in that darkness. And
Nitrogen.
on the eastern side,
If we
of the
planted in
moon,
soybeans again, we'd have
the-
issues.
Let's see, Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest east features, and that is maybe 5 degrees from being right on the limb and going off over the horizon. It is interesting, just looking at Oriental, that my first impression of it is all of the dark areas appear lighter, which I think makes sense because it is now facing, well, it's still relatively the same to the sun, but my angle to it is different. So I'm looking at it from a little more, even further to the side as we pass it. but all the darker features appear to be just a little bit lighter from this vantage point. The darker ring structure in the outer and inner ring and the interior, as well as the annular ring portion, everything seems to be just a
Still
smidge
tomatoes,
lighter
no
at this point.
seeds.
Thanks for that description, Ike. Any additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful, as that is such a high priority target for us. And while I have you, as we get closer to target 15, which is the Terminator target, if you can find Zeeman Crater again that you were looking at earlier, everything to your left of Zeeman would be getting into the South Pole Aiken area to help you orient yourself.
Zeeman is a great waypoint out there. I definitely see it.
You know the light that shines into here because I can't see half the stuff.
Yeah, Zeeman is very...
This usually ends around
That is
mid-afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. Feel free to do that as often as you think of things. Let's see, looking back at Oriental. Okay, another thing, after looking through the zoom camera, man, you guys are smart. You probably did this on purpose, but after looking with my plain eyes and then going to the 400 millimeter zoom, now looking at it, I see the cliff face as if you were standing in the center. That inner and outer ring have definitely some real terrain to them, and now I can see that as terrain. Now that I look at it even with my naked eye, I can tell that
There it
there's
goes.
a lot of elevation.
Actually, I should take a break, get up and stand up. I'll leave you guys with the NASA coverage.
Where all the darker deposits are, and it's just the scale now. Looking
So
at it
I'll
from
switch
far
over
away
to
before,
that,
it
and I'll
seemed
take a break.
like,
Be right back, guys.
Flat with color painted on it, but now that I look at it, I can definitely see that there is, different depositional characteristics. So the darker is
And
some
boop.
other material, but there's also some shadowing going on because of the cliff face that is a part of that crater wall.
Great description, Victor. Thanks, and really interesting to hear now the distinction between shadow and color. Before I let you go back to other observations, you mentioned that Reed saw a browner hue to the annular ring than the rest of Oriental. Are you seeing that from your vantage point?
The way that I'm looking at Oriental, again, I'm still in the docking hatch window. There's like a thermocouple right here in the center of the window, and it is the orange Kapton tape color, and so it is unfortunately, it's like trying to look at stars, next to a metropolis. I think it's drowning out any color that I could pick up from the moon. I am not able to see that color, but I have not looked at it through one of the forward face, from one of the windows 1 through 4. I think when I get away from this Kapton tape strip that I would be able to see the variation that Reed's talking about.
That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it.
Science integrity with a question from the window team.
Integrity, this is Science here with you.
Yes, they have a question to help inform a theory that they're sort of tossing back and forth. What is older, the Mare seas of the near side or Oriental?
Stand by, Integrity. We're going to get you a little geologic history here. Integrity Science back with you for some lunar volcanism when you're ready.
Go ahead.
You're making our day down here getting to talk about lunar volcanoes. Oriental, as far as mare go, is younger than almost all of the mare on the near side. The exception are features like Aristarchus, which really pop out to you guys and really pop out to us here on Earth. That is younger, but other than that, Oriental is pretty young as far as mare go.
Kelsey, thanks for that. We love lunar volcanism too. How about when the actual crater was formed?
Yeah, we're going to get you an age for Oriental, and while we're getting that, Christina, can you, maybe you've heard the window team talk about the sort of contacts around Oriental, but because that material is so much younger, if anything pops out to you about physical relationship between that and surrounding terrain, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, definitely. They are discussing a contact relationship that could explain some of the color that they're seeing in certain areas. And so it was really about the ejecta of the creation of the basin and understanding the superposition of its ejecta and mare on the near side or other features. So thank you. We'll take the insight when you have it.
Thank you, Integrity. And I know Jenny wants to get to you with some topics, so I'll leave you with Oriental is 3.8 billion years old.
Copy that. So that's on the older side. The actual basin is very old.
Correct, as is the case with a lot of mare. Typically the big basin formed and then the volcanic eruption was able to punch through the crust where it was weakened by that basin formation.
Perfect. Tracking. Thank you.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down some questions to the science team on console. The voice you're hearing with those answers is Dr. Kelsey Young. She is joined by Trevor Graff on console today. Christina asking about the age of Oriental and specifically the mare regions. Those are those dark regions that you see. They are paved or filled by volcanic deposits.
Better answer.
Integrity, it's about time for a position swap at the window. So we will ask Reed and Jeremy to swap positions, and I'll remind you again about your SD cards. And Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready.
swapping, and I'm ready.
All right, Tina, we found a way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window. We understand it's pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at. So in order to reinstall it, we will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose and you install it on a friction fit on the cabin air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers. You're going to point that little condensation hose such that the air is flowing over the window pane. Let me know when you're ready for the stowage location.
Ready.
Christina, the hose is in locker A1.
The crew has gotten a go to reinstall that window shroud they were using to block some of the earth shine.
Copy.
This view coming from inside the Orion spacecraft as the crew members are swapping windows, specifically Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking photos, making annotations, and making recordings that'll be downlinked later to the science team for review. The science team will have a conference tomorrow morning with the crew to get any fresh perspectives or things that they learned during the flyby. Again, we are now in the third of 5 observation blocks for the crew scheduled for today. During this flyby, Orion is passing around between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the moon and providing the crew with a full view of the lunar surface. It's a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average. So from this view, astronauts can observe both the North and South Pole and large-scale geologic features in one single view. We are now just under an hour until Orion passes behind the moon and we lose communication with the crew. They will be out of reach with any of our deep space network antennas. That loss of signal will last about 40 minutes, and we expect to regain communications with them once they fly behind the other side of the moon. While they are behind the moon, they will also reach their max Earth altitude as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface. The view you have right now is a live stream from a camera on Orion's solar arrays. You are looking at a live view of the moon, and 4 people are inside that spacecraft taking pictures of it, telling us everything that they are seeing. The first humans to do so in over 50 years. They'll be sending those pictures down for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially the science team, who are very excited for what they are learning today. It appears the Artemis 2 spacecraft, Orion, is now under 5,000 miles away from the moon. Again, we expect their closest distance to the moon be about 4,066 miles. That is an estimate at this point, and we will make sure to share that closest approach distance once we receive it.
And Houston Tech, big question, did you just want us to cool the window with the condensation hose, or did you want us to put the shroud back on and cool the window at the same time?
Victor, we definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's crew preference whether you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time.
Plebs are needed.
Houston copies.
Alright, I'm back. I wanted to get the message off the screen there because that's where they were working on the window there.
Thank you for that suggestion. The cabin is darkened again.
Loves, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Does that mean you love pizza? Is that what that means? Yeah, almost a perfect half moon right now.
Thank you, Victor. We're happy to hear
And
it.
we can see some details even with the
full moon joy still.
lower quality of this camera. Alright, back to the game here. Burp. Alright. Got that in the corner. Keep up with updates. Okay, so I've been relaxing. So the solar storm is done.
Crew reporting from Orion that they are seeing half the
So
moon, which
hopefully,
is about what it looks like here from this
hopefully we got
view
some
from
good
the
charge
spacecraft.
on our batteries outside.
However, what has become a little bit of a catchphrase for this mission, everyone is reporting full moon joy.
Not quite full, but got full big batteries, and these are on their way to being charged. 37, 10%. We got some more oxygen in there now. Do we want to throw another one in? Sure. So we'll soon have to fill up that with oxygen. Alright, so I grabbed a bunch of walls.
Which targets the crew is tracking through their lunar targeting package. They are just wrapping up their second.
Science integrity, another observation. The window team commented on it. Christine and I discussed a bit. Is in Hertzsprung. The solid and intact crater is very smooth. If it were a dirt road, it's very hard packed, and then you go outside of it, and that outer crater, that's the one that is older. It is
the big battery chargers.
More jagged. It starts to get into more loose-looking terrain, and the smooth interior also causes the craters that are inside of the larger crater, the smaller craters, to have really sharp edges, sharp, distinct edges. And just a general comment on that area, Hertzsprung, that whole area,
how
the
do...
albedo there is darker. That is,
Yeah,
I would say 6.
I like having
3, and
main
the
rooms be
albedo,
too high, just so we have
Oriental,
some...
and between Oriental and Ohm,
We aren't
is moving
always
wedge, the darker wedge is
bumping our
more
head up against the
6, 7.
top.
And that they also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier around Hertzsprung, and then from Hertzsprung toward toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen, a rippling pond with frozen, or like choppy waves when it's windy out, choppy water, and then it freezes instantly. That's the texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your feet, like lava. After it's cooled, it would be pooky. Except for right there in the center of Hertzsprung, it looks paved, like a paved road, nice and smooth.
Victor.
right,
That's
so
a wonderful
that's
description. Going from a paved road to lava reminds us of the Icelandic Highlands. Thanks for that.
let's do.
And science, another in the interior of the very intact, the interior of the intact crater at Hertzsprung is albedo variation. I think I heard one of the window crew maybe say color variation, but definitely albedo
I
variation.
think what I want to do
Lighter
is we'll have a
patches and slightly darker patches.
stair down
It's not
to go to
swirling,
potential
it's
mining.
just patchy. It just has spots that are lighter.
It's like a
And I
mine
would
into
say
the
a
mountain.
Predominantly darker average area.
Whether I get anything out of it or not
Great
doesn't matter
descriptions,
too
Victor.
much.
Thanks. Not swirly, just patchy is really helpful for us.
So yeah, let me figure out how to seal up this area. Do I want to do the greenhouse all at once? So we need another airlock
Really great descriptions coming
down at the
from
bottom there.
The window team is hitting all the targets. They are on the plan and starting the discussion of the Terminator. And boy, I'm loving the Terminator. I think I know it's not purely a moon feature, but what it does to the features of the moon, to the terrain, I've probably spent the most time describing into my recordings and thinking about and looking at the Terminator. There's just so much magic in the Terminator. The islands of light.
That is not what I
valleys
wanted.
that would look like black holes. You'd fall straight to the center of the moon. If you stepped in some of those, it's just so visually
Wanted that with the
captivating.
window.
The Terminator is the most striking thing that I've seen so far.
We've been loving your evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks. Integrity Science, one more question on
yeah, let's put frames above just to give us some options.
To observe for crew choice.
And now for the design here. Yeah, that's fine. Now we're talking aesthetics rather than practicalities.
Window 2 talked about Vavilov, looked for suspended dust, and the Terminator. And window 3 about the experience and about the three-dimensionality of the moon this close.
Wonderful.
And another observation about Oriental, I would say, is the features going off to the southwest, the two large, almost look like scratches in the surface. I don't know if they're rays or canyons or collapsed lava tubes, but two distinct features that are almost parallel going off southwest from Oriental Basin. They are the first things that made me notice parallax of our trajectory looking out at Oriental. That and in the inner walls of the east side of the crater rings, you really get a sense that we're flying over something with elevation and terrain, and they look different from this orientation.
Love to hear it, Victor, and you had it that those chains are actually crater rays, secondary craters formed from the formation of Oriental.
Didn't realize I didn't get that one.
Yeah, speaking of crater rays, the crater rays that are going off to the northwest, that run off toward Hertzsprung and I believe believe, toward Babylon. I'm not looking at it right now, but those crater rays are very interesting. They're all very small. I know you've imaged this, but they're all small and they look like, you know, a big impact launched rocks and things that made smaller impacts down the way. But something very interesting, and again, you can see this in imagery.
Out of glass. That's why.
Parallel, and then some of them converge toward the center of Oriental. And then I think I even saw some that maybe diverge, which not diverge, but that are convergent, which indicate multiple large impacts that created a lot of secondary impacts.
That'd be about 30. Yeah, we'll just let that run out.
And I'll note that we can infer that you're looking down at your freshly named Integrity Crater, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental.
Treachery, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Try to pressurize. It's like, why isn't this pressurizing? Star seedlings.
Integrity is easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point.
Alright, so 48 degrees. Probably the wrong way. Yeah, I need a refrigerated vendor. We can buy some fixins for cake.
We've been hearing some great situation reports from Victor Glover, the pilot of
It'll
the
make
Artemis
them
2
fairly
mission,
soon as
calling
well.
down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. And one of those things is Hertzsprung Basin. If you look just to the right of the Terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness on the moon. You can see what he's describing when he says Hertzsprung Basin and how it looks a little bit paved in the middle there. It's
looks like
in
I
the
do
very
need to go get more
center
silicone.
of the moon in this view, coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array.
Okay, a little bit something different for.
We are now 4 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes
Why is that
into
green?
the flight of Artemis 2, and we are standing by for their lunar loss of
because
signal
we've
in
never
about
hooked up
43 minutes. Again, the spacecraft will fly
power to
behind
the
the
bottom
moon, and
there.
during that time we won't have communication with them. They will be out of reach of our deep space network. However, we will regain communication with them approximately 40 minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon.
Definitely none in there.
The crew aboard the spacecraft are currently discussing the Terminator, that difference between day and night. The science team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface. And it's
All right, all the
very
glass is
interesting
in.
to hear that they have seen
Yeah, we'll do
colors
frames.
like greens and browns while looking at the moon.
Above.
Some of the questions that they are hoping the crew will discuss are how do the quantities and sizes of craters and mountains vary along the Terminator, and they are looking for the crew to describe the topography of features along or near the Terminator. They're also looking for more information on any color or tone variations, and they're hoping that the crew will take images to illustrate their findings. Glover reported earlier that the crew has missed none of their targets when they are photographing at the window. We aren't hearing the conversations that the crew is having right now, but these are being recorded to their personal computer devices, PCDs, and those will be sent down to the science team.
Looks like I'm getting close to the point where I need to
tomorrow morning to discuss
go make
their
some more
findings
stuff.
and experience when looking at the moon today.
Just make sure I don't have any more. I have a few. They're iron frames, iron walls.
The crew is discussing the Terminator, and if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live
Lots of steel
view of
sheets.
the moon, our moon, from the Orion spacecraft and a camera on its solar array. Inside that spacecraft, 4 astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy
Yeah,
Hansen.
we're gonna have to go out,
First
go
four people
mining.
to fly around the moon in over 50 years.
That's the one thing I'm gonna keep wanting to just walk in, but I have to go through the airlock. But
This is our lunar flyby day, and the crew has already surpassed one
So-
record today. The crew passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 p.m. Eastern. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down that he hopes it's a record
And I
soon
bet-
broken by other explorers.
I bet the record for Apollo 13 is specifically because when they launch from Earth, they're in what's called a direct return orbit. So in case of an emergency like Apollo 13, they don't have to do any burns to get sent back to Earth. And so they just let that ride, and that took them out farther than all the other Apollo missions, who would have created a burn to bring them closer to the moon to get into lunar orbit. So since Apollo 13 didn't do the burn to get closer to the moon, they swung out wider past the moon and thus broke the record.
We are live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
So that's
monitoring the flight
that's
of
I bet
Artemis
that's
2.
how that's working.
All of the flight controllers here, each monitoring a different system aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for our cabin and window teams to swap again. We have a 15-minute handover time here.
Hey, Rumsey,
and
doing
I
great.
have a couple of items I want to read up to you. They'll require you to write something down on your knee boards. So let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, exactly. The breaking burn isn't there. Wheeze, hello.
Okay, Houston, we are ready.
Copy Integrity. First of all, once you
She
start this
does.
next shift here, during this lunar observation shift, we will begin our lunar LOS. So you can expect a call from me a few minutes prior reminding you.
I think I need
And
just
second
iron
of all,
and steel.
Fido just
Copper,
sent us updated,
we're pretty good on.
altitudes and METs for lunar
Yeah,
closest
definitely some
approach
iron.
and max
Oh,
Earth
silicon,
altitude. Let me
gold,
know when you are
iron,
ready to
and
write those
steel.
down. They differ slightly from Optimus.
A little short on solder. Well, I think there's a bunch of solder in the machine, so. Speaking of that, let me save some power.
Lunar closest approach will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes, 34 seconds. And the altitude will be 4,067 statute miles. Maximum Earth altitude will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 27 minutes, 39 seconds, with an altitude of
Alright, that's burning.
252,756 statute miles.
Got the battery there. Nope, that needs to be changed. Battery there.
Really wants to ask for that in kilometers and in parsecs, but thank you for those. That is great. Thanks for that update.
I'll send Fido to work, and I appreciate the metric. Other than that, I have no new vehicle statuses to pass to you. Enjoy your handover time, and we're looking forward to picking back up with you shortly.
I will talk to you shortly.
Alright, yeah, so let's get ready to go mining. Oh, like star seedlings. Oh. Close enough to get these guys to land real fast. Although
Those words called from Capcom Jenny Gibbons.
I don't think I
TSA
got
astronaut,
mushroom
and
seeds. I
Artemis
think
2
I have
backup
everything
crew member to
else.
the crew working aboard the Orion
I
spacecraft.
think I have everything but mushrooms. Pumpkins.
Had a little bit of a view inside
watermelon,
the cabin. As you can see, it is very dark. The crew has turned off the lights, and the light that you were able to see is coming through the window, a reflection of Earthshine and from the moon.
rice, corn, strawberry, cocoa, sugarcane, switchgrass.
The crew is moving into their next
back to pumpkin.
observation
Yep.
block, meaning they are taking time to switch cabin and window teams. We've had Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen at the windows taking pictures and making annotations and recording some audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Meanwhile, Victor Glover and
We have
Christina
some extra
Cook are
cash
in the
now, so we
background
can
serving as support.
buy
They were also
the
timelined to enjoy a
mushrooms.
little bit of their midday meal. Now that we are swapping positions, the support team becomes Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They will be in the background helping with SD card swaps as well as providing those situational reports to the science team. Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be the astronauts at the window, photographing and speaking into those
mushroom
PCBs,
seed
portable
pack.
computing devices, about what they're seeing on the moon.
Alright, we have ferns, we have corn, we have
As you
potatoes,
heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons
pumpkin,
call to the crew,
rice,
this block is
soybean,
also when we will lose communications
switchgrass,
with the
tomato,
crew.
wheat,
That LOS or loss of signal scheduled to be less
sugarcane,
than 35 minutes from
cocoa,
now. We
watermelon,
anticipate to be out of signal with them
blueberry.
for about
Okay, we don't have
40 minutes,
blueberry.
and we'll regain that communication once they've flown around the other side of the moon.
They will buy usual consumables, box of muffins, cake, CO2 and water. Yeah, we'll do that, so we'll leave them here. But I want to go mining first. So that's all in here now. Now we have the blueberries
Now,
and
even
the...
the crew, even though the crew will be
So I think the only thing we don't
behind the
have is the
moon,
special
their
ferns, so
observation
you
period
need
does
the
not stop. They will still be taking
high
pictures
level
and making annotations
trader for.
of what they are seeing. They'll be looking for the limb of the moon, Earth set, and then Vavilov crater, which we have previously seen. They'll swap positions at the window before moving into a crew choice option. They will get to pick things that are interesting to them on the surface, take pictures, and explain why they find them that way. They'll also be looking for any impact flashes. These are short-lived flashes on the lunar surface caused by impact bombardment.
Yeah, that'd be neat to witness one while you're up there.
Just before Earthrise, the crew will be looking for
Hey, Kelly,
lofted
welcome.
lunar dust. This may be
Back
lofted
at the
just
moon,
above
yep.
the lunar surface, and we could only see it just before
Alright, got tomato
Earthrise along the
seeds.
dark western limb. Any Earthshine would illuminate potential lofted dust. But once the crew is all the way around the Earth, the brightness of the Earth will wash out any of that dust they might be able to see. These were based on observations from Apollo missions and orbital spacecraft, and so we're very interested to see if the crew might be able to capture some of that lunar dust today. Following that lofted lunar dust target, the next will be Earthrise. We will regain communications with the crew shortly after Earthrise. There will be a
we are
short
ready.
observation break period
We have a
where
pretty
the
good
moon
amount of
is not
silicon
in
here.
view.
And gold.
That's because we are also anticipating the crew seeing an eclipse today. The moon won't be in view because the team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude of the spacecraft and ensure that its solar arrays are gathering light from the sun heading into that eclipse period. So we will have communication with the crew, we just won't be able to see the moon. However, we will have views during that eclipse time frame. During that time, the science team is looking to know It will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point, so they want to know what the whole moon looks like.
Alright, so we want to
overall.
make steel,
They also want the crew
iron,
to look into deep space
more
and
gold,
potentially
and
see if they
silicon.
can spot any planets.
We can grab copper too. But all the basic stuff is what we need. We did just recharged our battery on the miner.
Once the eclipse is over, the lunar flyby period will have ended. We are live through the whole thing, and even once flyby is over today, we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
Go ahead.
Alright, let's go this way. Try not to dig too much.
I don't know if Catherine and Devin are still there, but if they are, just
Let
wanted
me
to just let them know how much fun we're having out here. It's extraordinary to be on
get the
far
cabin
side of
view
the
there.
right now, just hanging out there and looking back at the Earth. And Ashley and Caitlin, I know you're back in Canada, but if you happen to be watching too, just wanted to say hi to all you guys. Love you guys, and we'll be heading back your way shortly.
Thanks, Jeremy. I hear they are watching, and your family is still here. So thanks for passing that along.
Nice. Yeah, they're trying to keep it as dim as possible so they don't ruin their night vision looking out the moon. They're swapping around.
This view inside the Orion spacecraft, and it's a little hard to make out, but on the left there, that is Jeremy Hansen just calling down some well wishes to his family, joining us in the viewing room and watching online. Currently in the window are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. They are taking pictures outside of the window as they are now in their flyby observation block. At this time, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are serving as support crew members, and they are also going to have an opportunity to enjoy their midday meal at this time.
Yum yum. as long as it's better than
On the lunch menu today for Reed Wiseman and
canned
Jeremy
French fries.
Hansen, we have vegetarian chili, salmon croquettes, chicken with peanut sauce, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, chocolate pudding, barbecued beef brisket, spaghetti and meat sauce, Italian vegetables, butternut squash, candy-coated chocolates, and maybe even a little bit of coffee.
There's coffee in that nebula.
And if you look closely, you can see it looks like they are getting into some of their food for the midday meal. All of the food on the spacecraft is rehydratable. We don't have an option for fresh food as there's not a refrigerated section of the Orion spacecraft. So all of this food can either be rehydrated.
Yeah, I don't want to
or
dig
eaten
too many
straight from
holes
the
around the
package.
actual
Just depends
base.
on what the food actually is.
Let's
And
walk
for food
away a
that
bit.
needs to be rehydrated, there is information on each package of how much water needs to fill that bag and what temperature it needs to be.
Okay, apparently we've dug a hole here. Is this silicon?
We are now 4
Silicon?
days, 23 hours, and 39 minutes, 40 minutes actually, into the flight of Artemis 2, the spacecraft now under 4,500 miles from the moon.
It's getting big. Almost the full size of the screen now. It was like, yeah, I think we started at about half that size. The stream started.
We are now also under 30 minutes away from loss of signal with the astronauts. We will regain that communication about 40 minutes later. They will still be photographing the moon and documenting what they're seeing while they're behind the moon. And We especially look forward to potential Earthset and Earthrise views. As you can see on the left side of your screen, we are streaming this solar array camera view throughout the flyby. And the science team also plans to capture an occasional still photo with the solar array intermittently, perhaps one every 8 to 10 minutes. Still photos represent the highest resolution imagery from those GoPro cameras. So starting 5 minutes before Earthset and loss of
yeah, that's a good
signal,
idea
the
too.
science team will capture a series of photos.
I need to
one
make
every
the
30
terrain
seconds
manipulator.
to include Earthset all the way through 5 minutes after Earthrise and acquisition of signal.
Alright, iron is our main.
In order to capture these frequent photos, the solar array camera that we were streaming will need to switch
So
to
make 3 sets of
time-lapse
steel.
photo mode. So during this time, the streaming video quality won't be as sharp as you have it right now, but we want to ensure that the science team captures the data that they need during these time frames. And we really look forward to seeing those higher resolution images once they're available. But with the view you are seeing right now, we are sharing bandwidth on the Orion spacecraft with every system that is keeping the spacecraft powered and the crew alive, especially the environmental control and life support system. As this is the first flight with crew, this is also the first flight of a life support system, keeping the crew healthy and safe on the way to the moon and the way home. On the timeline, we're getting towards the end of the cabin and window team swap period, but it looks like our astronauts, Victor Glover and Christina Cook, are already photographing the moon outside of those windows. The
Yeah,
next
you
target is
don't have
Dome
to
Crater.
get
This
them
is
to hurry
something
up.
that they have photographed previously.
Let me at
during
that
the
window.
flyby. This is a small, complex crater with a prominent ray system. And as referenced earlier, it's the size of the Eye of the Sahara. That Eye of the Sahara is a feature in Mauritania. Seeing this crater more than once throughout the flyby allows the crew to photograph it at different lighting conditions. Those different lighting conditions help expose different portions of the target and can help the science team learn a little bit more about how it formed and what it is today.
Okay, nice chunk of gold now. Yeah. I saw a little bit of the view. Hey Tyler, it's going really good. We're working on a new habitat part of the base, so I can actually stretch my legs a bit. Get one batch of copper. Yep, yeah, we're getting ready for the crew. Join us. Alright, that'll be a nice little batch of copper for later.
Again, this view inside the spacecraft as the crew continues photographing the moon outside their windows. They have turned the lights off to allow them to better get photos of the moon, preventing any reflections from coming in from the spacecraft.
Cool. Hope they're on the lookout for coal as they're photographing the moon. Okay, there's a nice batch of coal. There's the earth. Silver. Don't need that
We
this
expect
trip.
the crew to be targeting Ulm Crater for another 6 minutes or so before they move into a discussion of the limb. Now, the science team has asked for a science sit rep or situation report during that time, so we hope to hear calls from the crew on what they are observing.
Alright, now just need iron, and then we want extra iron for iron itself as well as for the steel.
If you've been following along, at the start of the day we did have much more of the moon visible. And even just an hour or so ago, we could see about half of the moon. We are now continuing to see more of the far side in that darkness, where the
definitely see the
moon
crescent.
is not reflecting light from the sun.
Well, let's use the glasses. The iron over there. Yep. And we got gold right there. The red.
We were also able to see some of those
volatiles.
darker portions that
Let's go at this iron from below.
that we often see on the near side of the moon and that we can all see from Earth. That has mostly gone away. We are now just seeing very little of Oriental. That's down to the bottom right of the moon. You can see just a small dark portion near the limb.
Yeah, very handy with glasses. We don't generally need it. So I went down there and popped up over there.
We are now about 18 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion crew.
Like, boop.
Again, we use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew members when they are this far from Earth. This is the first mission since Apollo when we have had humans on the Deep Space Network.
Oh yeah. How much did we get? We might have enough already. Yes, we do for the steel. Alright, then we got some gold, we got some copper, got some silicon.
As you recently heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew,
So now we just want iron for iron's sake.
Approach to the moon to be at MET or mission elapsed time of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. At that time, their altitude would be 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface. Just over 2 minutes later, they will reach their maximum distance from Earth at mission elapsed time
I think
5
we're good.
minutes, 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. The altitude at that time would be 252,756 statute miles. These are our latest numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those once those milestones have been achieved. Obviously, we will be without communication to the spacecraft at that time, so once we regain communication, we will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you.
tall cliff. Alright, now we're on the top. There's our valley off to the right. The sun is up. Who keeps making these holes in our moon? That's a pretty good view of the cabin there. Let me pull that up. Now you can kind of see more, a little more light. Oh, of course, then they go away from full screen when I go full screen. Yeah, I think basically 2 of them are eating, 2 of them are taking photos. Blinkster, hello. Alright.
Checking in on the lunar targeting package, the crew is now in their discussion of the limb. See, the limb of the moon, that illuminated part. Currently at the windows taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. We are expecting
there we go, that base is starting to look pretty substantial.
We'll regain that signal with the crew about 40 minutes later.
See, do I have
a
the
milestone worth mentioning that this day marks the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions.
Okay, got that and that for when we lose signal and acquisition of signal again.
I've continued to reference the lunar targeting package throughout this broadcast, which is the primary tool guiding the crew observations, and that consists of 2 key components. The first of those is the Lunar Geography Review, which helped the astronauts study major lunar features in advance. That also helped them learn to orient themselves during the flyby. The Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for the picture the crew should take, and verbal descriptions of what will be helpful to the science team reviewing those pictures later. That's what we've been tracking real time and what the crew is using right now to keep up with their next milestones.
Oh yeah, still need to hook up the power, the upstairs, but for now we're gonna go smelt. Let us smelt. Alright, for the steel, I'm gonna have to do the trick. Oh, I need something in my hands first. You have something in your hands and you split. Instead of going in your hand, it'll go into one of those if you're looking at it. One.
Integrity
Two.
Houston, 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
Three. I'll do 6 and 12. I got a lot of stuff to smelt.
Okay, Jenny, that came.
4.
We missed most of that, but just a 10-minute warning. Is that what you're saying?
10-minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep from the cabin, please.
5. 6.
All right, cabin is still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window 2, Ike in Victor in window 3. Reed's actually been trying to get some images out of the docking tunnel. We can see the Earth and the Moon and part of the Moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. And I'm just grabbing some footage right now with our interior cameras.
Alright, like the first one. Now let's stick 11 more in there.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reed is using
3,
and also the
4.
status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed.
11 and 12. Alright,
Okay.
got some.
Reed was using the Z9, and the T-shirt shroud is still on window 1, but we took the camera out of it, so maybe that's what you're noticing. But when I looked in there, I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy. I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS, that we'll take sit reps in the blind, and as more and more of the moon is in darkness, we will take any report you have on impact flashes.
All right, Jenny, you have to say again your last. There's a lot of conversation here, and I was on the other side of the cabin, so I missed all of it.
Look out for impact flashes, and we'll take sit reps in the blind.
Settle down,
Okay,
people, settle
impact
down.
Flashes, sit reps in the blind. We got it. And yeah, just so you understand what's going on with window 1, there is light coming through the outer hall from window 2 into the inside of window 1, if that makes sense. Like I can see the inside of the vehicle when I look between the 2 panes of glass.
Copy.
A bunch of steel. Alright, silicon I think is the next most important thing. Also a higher temperature
You're getting
needed.
your first live look at Orion, the Moon, and the Earth. Everyone in this picture.
Oop, 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 oop. There we go. Look at that.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft.
That is amazing. Wave.
Currently
I'm
aboard
waving from the
Orion,
moon. You guys
four
can
crew
wave from
members,
Earth.
Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And on the Earth, all of us, all of humanity. You can see the moon is starting to get a little bit dimmer as the astronauts are going to pass behind it. Now 6 minutes and 26 seconds away from that loss of signal. Again, we will be out of communication with them for about 40 minutes until they come around
Waving
the
to
other
the man
side
on
of
the
the
Earth,
moon,
yep.
and we can re-establish contact.
It's funny because we'll lose contact just as we lose sight of the Earth.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS.
6 minutes.
From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
Like, this is where we don't want to, when they come back, the acquisition of signal, it's like, moon's haunted.
Thank you for that, Jenny. And thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things.
Right.
And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
Alright, like, still like 5 minutes, but
We will see you on the other side.
yeah. Yeah, all the pictures I've taken, it's like, they've been swapping SD cards like crazy with all these pictures. So yeah, NASA will put that on their website, and everyone can go through and look for the green cheese. Get some music, fits really well. It's from the game Stray. Look for the green aliens.
Poignant words from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and a little bit of a love letter from the other side of the moon all the way to Earth.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure they got
touching on the teachings of Jesus,
that speech
including
out of the
to love
way.
your neighbor as yourself. We are now less than 3 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts.
Just so, you know, if they lose the signal early,
the Artemis 2 crew will be
they
out
can
of
still get
signal
in the
for
speech.
about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon, continuing their work photographing the lunar surface. And they will re-emerge, and we will also get this view on the other side.
Earthrise. So given the angle of the Earth, yeah, well, it's like the Earth will be rising over the dark edge of the moon. You can see the signal kind of breaking up a little bit. Yeah, the music did just hit a nice eerie tone to it just as we're about to lose signal.
Just about a minute and a half now until we lose communication with the astronauts aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. Now, 5 days and 6 minutes since their launch on April 1st. Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes. And this really beautiful view of a crescent moon and a crescent Earth. How great thou art.
Nope, there it goes. Yeah, now it's just getting sketchy. So we get a little bursts, but what it's probably doing right now is swapping the different
30 seconds now.
antennas on the Earth.
Loss of signal.
So as each antenna gets occluded by the moon, they have to swap to one farther where you can still see it. Yep, get ready to hide. Or get into your Planet of the Apes costumes. That's the one I've been seeing a lot. And snow, hello. Look, that's me. Okay, now simulation time. Alright, 252,000 miles, 400,000 kilometers or so.
And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. This is a live view inside the Science Evaluation Room here at Johnson Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. This team has been monitoring the flyby all day as the team has continued capturing targets on the lunar surface. We even got to see this.
So that's probably someone filming a documentary
the astronauts
of the event.
Some of the features they were seeing on the moon, but not expecting.
So that's probably the briefing for that room.
There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. The first will be when the astronauts make their closest approach of the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, when we expect they'll be 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. Their maximum Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later, at 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds.
Awesome.
When their altitude should be approximately 252,756 statute miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers.
I'm doing silicon, okay. So, don't want to mix things up. Nope. Actually,
throughout the Artemis 2
I can't throw that in there again.
Voice, images, video, and vital mission data must traverse thousands of miles, carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more.
Would you like to know more?
NASA's Artemis 2 will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and
Alright,
from
now
Earth
let's
through
do
all
the
phases
iron.
of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like so the Earth will come over the dark rim of the moon
for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight,
steal the moon.
We're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
Alright, there's all our gold. Do I have any ores in here? Some, but not worth worrying about. Alright, so there's the gold. Alright, nice replenishment of all our main materials. We're doomed. Doomed, I say. Temperature? Alright, let's pump it all out. Protect our furnace there.
We are now about 33 minutes until we
Hey,
expect
we got
to
nuclear
regain
batteries.
communications with the astronauts aboard Orion. And in the meantime, I've got Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, here with us. Thanks for joining me, Kelsey.
Thanks for having me. This is such an exciting day.
That's
no kidding.
a
It
good
has
one to
been
have.
so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. And I know that you have been preparing for this for years, so I am so excited for you and for your team. So just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background and what you've been doing on console.
My background is as a field geologist. Actually, I studied impact cratering in the field for my PhD, so all these descriptions of impact craters have me just absolutely swooning. How I got into this, though, is, during my PhD, I got an internship at NASA and ultimately never left to integrate science into flight operations. So we developed the Science Officer Console, for which this is the first mission we're supporting. We developed the Science Evaluation Room that's right upstairs, and so it's so gratifying to see this operation structure come to fruition, especially on a day like today.
I would have to imagine so. And we've got a great view of the science evaluation room right now. Is there anything that has stood out to your team so far?
Absolutely. So as you might have heard in some of the press briefings and content that we've been putting out, color and albedo were really exciting targets for us. We've heard several amazing color descriptions so far. Just to highlight maybe one of them, we heard about greenish and brownish hues near Aristarchus, which is actually a feature that we can see here from the near side. And those greenish hues could actually tell us something about the volcanic evolution of that area.
So exactly.
The science team is going to be prioritizing downlinking those images and the crew audio that we didn't hear that went into those recordings to learn a little bit more.
Wow, that is fascinating. I was hearing those colors and very interested just from a personal standpoint, because looking at the moon from 250,000 miles away, we don't see green or brown. So just hearing that, them being so close and getting to see that, fascinating, and I know very exciting for you. So what are you expecting to see in the upcoming portion of the flyby?
The upcoming portion is actually going to be really exciting. So right now, as we speak, while folks in the room are kind of taking their, their stretch breaks and everything, the crew are still hard at work. They still have targets to image and describe during this LOS. But when we come out, the first thing, of course, we're going to hear about is Earthrise. We're really looking forward to hearing
so
about
I need
the
to
crew's
seal
experience with
in
something that we can connect with, and that
this.
Apollo 8 brought us such amazing images from. But then we start to get into describing the Terminator, as well as looking for things like lofted dust, which tell us about the modern lunar environment. Then the vehicle's going to orient away from the moon for an hour and then pivot back for the eclipse observations, which is a whole different set of science observations that we're really looking forward to.
It's kind of nice that the crew will get a little break in there, because they have been hitting it hard today with photos and videos and annotations. What are you hoping that the crew sees coming up? Is it that lunar dust?
Stick the ladder out.
Oh my goodness, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, we've already gotten such great descriptions. I mean, the Terminator seems to just be like one of their favorite things to look at and describe. So I feel like, that was something we were looking forward to. I feel like we really got some great descriptions. So absolutely.
I feel like that's going to give a little more interesting look to the.
Lofted dust will be a target for them in the right around the time of Earthrise, but again in the eclipse period. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. I mean, they've already highlighted just in the course of their flyby so far how the moon has changed, and this is going to be an even more dramatic change to go from their end of this kind of lunar illuminated piece of the flyby into the eclipse time frame. And I can tell you they're going to be experiencing a very different moon during that time, and I can't wait to hear what their observations are.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating, and what a privilege that we get to do that on this mission, because that's not always the case. If we had launched on a different day other than April 1st or 2nd, we wouldn't have gotten to see that eclipse. Is that right?
That's correct. April 1st and 2nd. I will say, I was asked a lot in the weeks leading up to the launch, well, what's your favorite day? And my answer truly was, there is no bad day to launch to the moon. We were going to get great science out of it no matter what, but it's a really neat opportunity to, bring the sun into the picture, bring different planetary bodies into the picture, while still literally keeping the moon in center stage.
Fascinating. So what differences?
All right, we have a good one. Thank you for hanging out.
Site? We're hearing a lot of different terms. We're looking at craters. We're looking at mare. What are the differences that you're hoping to see?
We do have, as you highlight, kind of different prompts for each target. That's what they're looking at in their lunar targeting plan, which I know you've been showing.
So I want to go down, and then we want to do an airlock into a mine.
The person with the, the really long lens on the camera versus the people with the unaided eye. And you've heard the crew talk about, oh my goodness, when I go from one to the other, I can really detect different nuances, and that's something that we experienced in simulations, but hearing them actually, see it for real has been really gratifying. But we're looking for different things based on the target. Sometimes we're looking for color, sometimes we're looking for texture. For the Terminator, we're looking at kind of what texture and morphologies pop out to you and what kind of diversity you see along the Terminator. You've heard Victor especially make some comments about future impacts for exploration. So already I think that their descriptions in this first part of the flyby have told us something scientifically, but also about future surface missions.
Well, it was so interesting to hear Victor talking about he was imagining in his mind's eye being down on the surface and walking around. That was very cool to hear. And when we're thinking about targets, I know some of them are determined based on the launch day, because that determines the lunar illumination. So the ones that we're looking at today, how and why were these selected?
Such a wonderful question.
Down one
this
here.
really gets at at the heart of some
then
of
the
our really
airlock
highest
will
priority
be
science questions.
here.
Illumination conditions is a big one, right? So of course we need the targets that we're interested on the lunar feature to be illuminated by the sun in order to view them, but the timing in which they see them during the flyby enables us to ask different questions. So you heard in the pre-flyby crew conference talking about, well, the same pair, Reed and Jeremy, will get to actually look at Glushko crater twice, and that, looking at it from different illumination angles, allows us to understand that feature better and connect color and albedo with topography and morphology. Then you have other craters where you want to look at it with the sun shining on it obliquely versus straight on, and that tells you something different about the scientific objective that drove the target being on the targeting plan in the first place.
We've talked a little bit with the viewers today about what the crew is able to capture in this short time frame of those craters in different lighting conditions could take years. for something robotic
do
to
I-
be able to do based
okay, I
on
do have
attitude
to-
maneuvers and where the sun is at. So can you just talk a little bit about the importance of having both the robotic operation and having the crew?
Absolutely. We definitely don't want to minimize the impact of orbiting spacecraft. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is the one that's often referenced. You know, data from LRO and its payloads have really been instrumental in getting us, frankly, to this point for Artemis 2 and future missions. But the human experience, the crew observations that we've already been hearing about, it is such a perfect complement to the orbiting spacecraft data because they are able to have this unique perspective. They are far enough away where they can make these contextual observations. You've already heard it. How many times have we heard the crew and their science sit reps say, if I track this feature from all the way up here in the northern hemisphere down to the southern hemisphere, here are comparisons I can make. That right there is not something we had the ability to do with the Apollo missions, and it allows just literally in the blink of an eye to synthesize observations that
Alright,
it
does
would
that
take
seal that
a
in
really
perfectly?
significant
Looks like it.
effort to coordinate with different orbiting platforms, and they're making it like that.
Wow. It has been very, very exciting to hear all of their calls so far. And so I've heard they were able to capture every
I need to
single
go
target
reset.
so far too. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, and I think it's important also to remember that, and I know the science team is anxiously awaiting this, we've been hearing from the crew members who are not at the forward windows, right? Those crew who are, you know, really in the thick of the observations, they are recording minutes-long observations per target on their crew tablets. We will be getting those down starting here in a couple hours, and that's going to contain really meaty science information that we haven't heard live yet, and that's going to form the basis of my conversation with them tomorrow morning, where we're going to have a really deep dive into the science and absolutely nerd out about what they were able to do today. One of the most gratifying things for me today is hearing multiple crew members say, thank you for putting the discussion times in the targeting plan, because when we have had the ability to put multiple brains on a problem, we have elevated each other, and I'm looking forward to them, you know, sleeping on it overnight and then us actually being able to really truly have an elevated science discourse tomorrow.
Well, we're looking forward to it too, and I cannot wait to hear everything that you guys get to learn overnight.
All right,
some
we
of
need
those audio
more
recordings
frames.
and just everything that they'll be able to share tomorrow. So, Kelsey, I know you are very busy. You've done a great job today, and thank you so much for joining us.
Okay,
for
so we'll
this
put
interview.
another
Thanks for having
airlock
me. It's such an
on
exciting
this bit.
We are now expecting acquisition of signal in about 24 minutes. As a reminder, the Orion spacecraft has flown around the other side of the moon, where they are out of
I need to
contact
reset.
with our deep space network.
Hydration critical.
I guess we can do some cooking while we're here. Actually, let me take a break. Right, eat and drink. Slurp. Slurp. The last of our canned french fries. Alright. Eat, drink, oxygen, that. Alright. I will sit there, but we will, while I'm gone, we'll go to that. And I'll be right back. Boop. Boop, and boop.
And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we have reached the closest point of our destination to the moon. at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, and we anticipate the spacecraft's altitude is approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon. We're continuing to track what the crew is doing while around the other side of the moon. They are continuing to take pictures of the moon, the Earth now out of sight. What they're in right now is a crew choice event. The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface, to take photos of those, and describe why they were interesting. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest portions of the moon. They're interested in short-lived flashes on the lunar surface because these would be caused by impact bombardment. After their impact flash targeting, the team is interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Earthrise. Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications with integrity and the astronauts for Artemis 2. We're live in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, but there's a team over 750 miles away also monitoring today's operations. And of course, just like us, they are in LOS, or loss of signal, with the spacecraft. This is LUCA, the Lunar Utilization Control Area, and it's joined by LISA, the Lander Engineering Support Area, which are twin control rooms that will support missions and operations in lunar orbit or on the moon's surface in real time at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. The LUCA and LISA are right next to each other and just a short walk away from the SLS Engineering Support Center, which is used during launch, and the POIC, where science on the International Space Station is monitored. LUCA primarily supports Artemis science operations, while LISA will provide engineering support for landing astronauts on the moon. During this mission, Artemis 2, teams in the LUCA will use the facility to support first-of-its-kind science operations to better understand the deep space effects of microgravity and radiation on the crew's physiology, immune systems, and ability to complete various tasks. The data from these science operations will inform future crewed flights to the moon. For future crewed missions to the moon, members of the NASA Human Landing System Mission Insights Support Team, a group of engineers, safety leads, flight operations experts, and technical authorities, will work in the LISA. There, they will monitor lander systems in real time and be involved in key decision-making processes throughout the mission. Teams are using the LISA during Artemis 2 to observe mission operations and using the opportunity to inform and prepare for future crewed landings to the moon's surface. We now expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion in about 17 minutes. In the meantime, a little overview of how our crew members flying by the lunar far side at an altitude of between 4,000 and 9,000 miles are testing the capabilities of the Orion capsule. Artemis 2 visualization lead Ernie Wright has simulated views of the flyby using detailed topographic maps of the lunar terrain and photorealistic lighting scenarios. The Artemis 2 crew members have been using these visualizations to prepare for this historic mission, which is paving the way for future exploration of the moon's surface and beyond.
So the most exciting thing to me about Artemis 2 is just the return to the moon. We haven't been there in 50 years. Human eyes are going to see parts of the moon that haven't been seen by anyone before. It also recommits us to exploring the solar system in a way that we haven't in a long time. And I think it provides an opportunity for younger generations to understand the excitement of doing that kind of exploration. Artemis is our return to the moon after 50 years. The emphasis of Artemis is going to be, first of all, science, but second of all, learning to sustain a presence on another world. First on the moon, but we're hoping that that's a stepping stone to Mars and other destinations in the solar system eventually. Artemis 2 will be a flyby mission. It's not going to land. We're testing all of the technology that we've created for flying to the moon since Apollo. A lot of systems have been modernized, and we need to make sure that all of those work. The astronauts will be looking out the window at parts of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes before. They will be flying by the moon at an altitude that's much higher than Apollo's orbits. And so they will see the entire disk of the moon, including areas that are closer to both the North and South Pole that astronauts from Apollo never saw. All of that depends on the lighting, which we really won't know until launch day, but we can practice with different lighting scenarios. It's hard for people to sort of picture that in their mind. If you can make a visualization of it, show them a movie, that helps everybody choose the targets and also practice aiming at those targets. The astronauts have actually been looking at these visualizations through the lens of the camera and practicing aiming at the various targets. This is a map of the surface of the moon, obviously, but it shows what the Apollo astronauts could see in sunlight while they were in orbit. The brighter parts are the parts that they could see. The darker parts, like this entire area here and places that are farther north and south, are places that they couldn't see in sunlight, either because it was nighttime there or because it was beyond the horizon of the astronauts. All of the Apollo flights orbited the moon at a distance of about 110 kilometers. Because the astronauts were flying at such a low altitude, their horizon was actually quite close and they couldn't see the North and South poles. And this whole area over here was not in sunlight at the time. And it includes this amazing impact feature here called Oriental. Oriental is a very large impact feature. It's about 650 kilometers wide. It's got multiple rings. These are rings that form like ripples in a pond from the impact, but of course it's on a huge scale. The middle of Oriental has that sort of dark basalt lava covering it, like the dark spots that we see on the near side. It's one of the biggest ones that's more on the far side than the near. So seeing it with human eyes and sort of picking out features that maybe you don't even see in robotic cameras is an important goal for the mission.
This live view in the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, just down the hall from where we're at in the Artemis Mission Control Room. Teams continuing to monitor the flyby. The crew continues their observations of the moon, even though they are out of touch with Earth. We expect to hear from them in 12 minutes and 26 seconds. Again, this is approximately 40 minutes loss of signal while they are out of reach of the Deep Space Network. Right now, they are...
All right, I'm back, everybody. Thanks so much for waiting.
Lofted lunar dust. Throughout our coverage, we've talked a lot about the science and engineering behind today's lunar flyby, but we also spoke to the crew about what the moon means to them and how they see its place in human history.
Back to it all. We can still hear what they're saying.
I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in. And I was thinking, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be
Alright, let's cook some.
Think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. And it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon.
It represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened.
Is there something else I want to cook? We can do pumpkins next. Let's
no
go ahead and we'll get the seeds.
Wind or change.
We'll have 17 seeds.
Like we have here that change it, and something that's been telling and can read out the story of its own evolution.
We'll cook all these pumpkins and then we'll cook these tomatoes and we'll plant some pumpkins for a while.
They refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community. The grandmothers, sort of protect the water source, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. It's something that represents something different for each individual culture around the planet.
Cook first and then...
And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
We all have seen the same side of the moon in different lighting conditions our whole lives. And so it seems very familiar to us, but it's also kind of unknown. When we get up close, some of the imagery that we'll get to describe and to share with people will be very unique. And that nature, both of those things being true about this one entity that we all know, just is really special.
It's just the epitome of a symbol of both something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
Right.
We're looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are currently out of contact with the Artemis 2 crew. This was a planned, or not really a planned, but a tracked loss of signal that occurs when the crew flies behind the moon. We use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew, and when they are behind the moon, they are out of reach of that Deep Space Network. And when you consider our non-stop communications during the time in which we live, this is even more striking. With the Artemis 2 crew, they're only currently communicating with each other. Now we expect to regain those communications in under 9 minutes from now, and we also are hopeful for a view of Earthrise. Despite being out of communication, the crew is continuously capturing imagery of their predetermined lunar targets.
I still can't help think of the one Pink Floyd song with the rhythm of all this. Oh. Until I mess up the rhythm. Can't unhear it now, right? Money, that's the song.
Now about 7 minutes, 25 seconds until we anticipate regaining communications with the Artemis 2 crew aboard Orion. In the meantime, Artemis 2 Lunar Science Deputy Lead Marie Henderson is trained these astronauts to capture and document their views of the lunar surface for all of us to enjoy back here on Earth.
I cannot wait to hear their voices when they get to the far side of the moon and I can hear them talk about seeing the moon out their window. I try to imagine it now and just like tear up thinking about it. Ooh, now I gotta hold on a second. We have human eyeballs connected to wonderfully smart brains our astronaut friends have. They are going to be able to observe the moon in multiple different ways. They can use their eyes, they'll look through their camera and snap pictures, and just looking out the window getting that human experience. But during Apollo, the astronauts were so much closer to the lunar surface. Our astronauts are going to be doing a flyby at a higher altitude. So they're going to be able to see the whole moon as a lunar disk on the lunar far side. That's a brand new, unique perspective that humans haven't been able to look at before.
All right, they got an empty
doing
spot.
a lot of
Yeah.
lunar geography.
All right, so 1,
training
2,
with
3,
them. They have
4,
study sessions and
5,
quizzes they
6,
can
7
do that are
cans
assigned
now.
to them. You know,
Let's
even
go
if
ahead
you're
and
an astronaut,
clear.
you still get homework. We actually get in the mock-up. In that enclosed physical space, we have to think through the hardware that they have, the cameras, the computers, their microphones to make these observations. There's 4 windows up front. Through one of those windows, one of our astronauts will be using a Nikon D5 camera with an 80 to 400
All right, let's go get the
millimeter
pumpkin
lens. So something
seeds.
that allows them to zoom in really far and actually take
Try
more
that for a
detailed
while.
observations of the surface. It's almost like looking through a pair of binoculars as well. It's just like
Actually,
being a
before
geologist
that,
out
let
in the
me
field. They're going, they're
top off.
telling us what they're seeing, looking for colors, textures, different morphologies, and comparing the region that we're having them look at to the regions that are around them. We have a science team that is planning the targets that are going to be observed, putting them all on the timeline of how they're going to be observed, and then taking the first look at the data when it comes down. The Apollo astronauts were
7.
only on the moon for 300 hours total, and they only went to the equator. That's like going to places that were safer landing sites, and they only saw so little, 300 hours total. And so we have so much more to explore and so much more to learn. And we are the beginning of the next generation that gets to start being a part of these discoveries.
Oop.
We are now 4 minutes and 28 seconds until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts flying aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. They are now flying behind the moon.
All right, now back
While
to
behind
our
the moon at an MET
construction
or mission
project.
elapsed time of 5 days, 25 minutes and 34 seconds. We expect this was the point in which they made their closest approach, 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface.
Anything I need to bring upstairs? Use some of these. Definitely cable. Oh yeah, that's one thing we still need to do is run power up there. Alright, this is going to be very ad hoc. Looks like there's smoke coming off of something. The lighting effect off the frames there. Will come out mostly straight. Come along the edge here.
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby. As you can see, this is the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. It's in the same building and just down the hall. It's a multidisciplinary science team supporting the Artemis 2 crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism, polar science, imaging, and visualization. You can see the SIR here, that's the Science Evaluation Room. It's embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today. But additionally, the Science Mission Operations Room is a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. We also have our science officer, Kelsey Young, here on console today. She's serving as the primary interface between the science team and the flight controllers, ensuring science priorities are represented during mission execution.
Yeah, I think I'll just come straight down. Fortunately, there's no... I mean, unless I blow something up, there's no oopsies that will mess these up.
Coming up on 1 minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion.
Alright, let's tune in for that, though.
Meanwhile, aboard
That's
the
a big
spacecraft,
deal.
the crew has continued executing their lunar flyby tasks.
Now they've been out holding a party.
As we discussed earlier today, these activities have been precisely timelined, and this is the 4th of 5 blocks of time during which
Yes, we're gonna move all the
observing
machines
from Orion's
inside.
windows. At this time, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook are observing the moon at windows 2 and 3. One crew member is in window 2 with a blue shroud over the window, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other astronaut is in window 3 using their portable computing device, also known as a PCD, to make annotations. And both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing. They are wearing headsets connected to their PCDs, and those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. We are not hearing those live. However, we have been hearing quite a lot of great descriptions from the crew who have been serving as the support. Right now, the support team members are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Those team members are providing science sit reps, situation reports, calling down a few times each hour to discuss what they're observing. And even though we're out of contact with them right now, they are still conducting those science sit reps as they'll be available once they come back around the moon. The situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw. They're also including lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and their emotions and reactions. Again, we are standing by to acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft.
Any moment now. One of those screens will light up. And there we are. For a second there. So the moon is to the right. Like I said, we're looking at it over... In fact, I think you can see the moon carve out just a smidge of the Earth crescent. Hard to tell, but it looks like... Yeah, the moon was occluding just a little bit of the crescent there. You can see the reflections of the big screens that are behind the camera.
We're in the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center, getting our preliminary contact with Orion, that acquisition of signal coming after a 40-minute loss of signal, during which the crew was flying behind the moon, out of contact with anyone on Earth.
Nope, that's not it. All caps? Nope, that's not it either. Okay. Just like the thing there. Small O in the middle. But there we are. Yeah, now I don't think it's occluded. I think that's just pixel smudge. Which one's Major Tom? Hey, Chthonic.
We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal.
Yeah, it's
Orion
still kind of iffy. Compression artifacts all over the place.
You see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away. With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home.
Yeah, and then Pars as it flies by. So the moon's on the right. They came from the right to the left.
Right now, the crew are getting a few moments
pretty soon they'll be eclipsed.
Take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect
behind
to
the
contact
moon.
them shortly. But we do have good signal coming from Orion.
So no sun. So the ship will go dark. But then we should start seeing. Nah, I don't know how. I don't know if we'll see any crescent of the moon or not. Probably not, unless they turn around and turn back as they pass the moon. They're probably first communications probably in private. There they are. There they are, all
from inside the Orion spacecraft. All 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise. After this
yeah,
target,
some nice high quality pictures of that. That'll be cool.
It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. Tell me.
Did you see any ghosts?
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from
Nah,
Earth,
the
our
Belter
signal
way.
system, fragile and interconnected. We copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
You an Earther or you a Belter?
We are happy to say we copy.
Whoa, there's some brightness. Yeah, they're completely on the legit dark side of the moon right now. So it's just the Earth and the sun. Pretty much all they can see. So if they tried looking at the moon, the sun would also be shining in those windows.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion. Christina Cook calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn. That with this burn, we do not leave Earth, we choose it. The translunar injection burn served as not only what put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon,
So now the whole
but
ship
what
is
also
kind of
committed
turning.
them to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
So I think they said before. I think what they're trying to do is get all the solar panels to collect as much power as they can before they go behind the moon. So I think the ship is turning that way.
Is entering an observation break. We expect this to last about an hour, and it's probably a welcomed break following their very, very busy day taking pictures, making annotations,
yeah,
making
get a little relax time.
All of the wonderful things that they are seeing.
There's a good view of the
moon.
The cabin there.
This observation break is also partially due to the fact that we will be entering an eclipse later. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the moon. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon, and then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph. We will have communications with them during that eclipse time frame. Because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar arrays are in the sun. This will help it charge the batteries needed to power it through that eclipse time frame.
So Earth is to the left.
This view on your screen is a visualization. The spacecraft now 4,224 miles away from the moon, and that number will now continue to grow, while the number of distance from Earth, 252,699 miles, will continue to shrink all the way until our crew is back home.
Alright, so they're taking the break so we can get back to the game a little bit. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was hooking up power. Speaking of power... one more down. Oh. There we go. Okay, so that eventually what we'll do is we'll run a heavy cable to a transformer station. Like I said, I'll probably put utilities in the thing below. Still 6 transformers there. Gas handling equipment.
Again, we are MET, mission elapsed time, 5 days and 58 minutes since the launch of Artemis 2. We have re-established communications with the crew and the Orion spacecraft, now entering a little bit of a break while they are out of visibility, or the moon is out of their visibility. The spacecraft will be reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming eclipse. This current attitude maneuver helps charge the
now we can
solar
charge that up
batteries
again.
aboard Orion that will power them through the eclipse.
Or should be. We have going into the APC. Going around. Through. Oh, I didn't hook up. Yeah, I didn't hook up. Or did I? Then down. I didn't hook up across this part. 75 days have passed. My elapsed time, 75 days. Alright, so we need to go up. Another hazard.
Integrity, Houston. In mission control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis 2 patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
That's a nice little tradition. I don't know if that was something they did with Apollo or not.
That's great. Great to see the light of day as we head back to...
Yeah, I'm just gonna have these. Hey Samo, welcome. An astronaut's high from watching this. Alright, let's raise this up a little bit. And for now, we'll just stick it in the air. It's one thing I never quite pre-planned properly is utility corridors. "30 minutes till moonrise." Oh, where you are? Nice. Just gonna be short. 3. Oh, need to make some more. And probably need to make a bunch, so let's make... That'd be 200. Like there's never too many cables. Oh, there's a bunch in there already. Let me eject. Yep. I'm losing my good alloys. We'll use up the 87.
A very special moment just now in mission control ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center, and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis 2 crew, and the Capcom Jenny Gibbons did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around as was instructed by the crew during that last sim, and we are counting down the days until they get home.
Okay, so new tradition, it sounds like.
5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
Nice. Alright, make me a bunch of cable. And that should be enough to get us started or finish this up. Alright, now that should be charging. %, 33%, yay! Alright. Alright, so this will lead up to the greenhouse. That will lead down to a airlock and a mining operation. We'll dig into the ground and use our glasses to find what we need. So that's the idea there. Like I said, I think I'll go ahead and use frames for this.
Joining me here in the room, Artemis Mission Control, I have Angela Garcia, Artemis 2 Science Officer. Thanks for being here, Angela.
Science Officer.
It is an honor to be here. What a day. Everyone's been buzzing. I can't contain myself. So it's been a really awesome day.
So you're sitting on console at the Science Console now. Have you been in the SIR
30
earlier
frames.
today?
There's a lot going on. So I went here first, and then I'm gonna go there after.
So keeping your ear out for.
All right, Integrity, we hear you. That was a little clipped, but I think we have a better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array. We moved it, and we are in bias tail to sun.
Interesting. It's like, whoops, put the solar array in the way.
Okay, Houston, you're coming in loud and clear, and copy, we're in bias tail to sun now.
Okay, that gives us airtight integrity there.
Affirm and Integrity, just so you know, we did not hear your response once we flipped our patches. Jeremy, we heard you call down, but you were clipped, and then we briefly lost comm. Glad we're back.
Alright, so I need...
Okay, copy that. We were just excited that we got to share in that you
So that's the airlock.
and Mission Control flipped your patches around, and that side of the patch is getting to see the light of day. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Our pleasure.
Okay, Angela, so can you tell me a little bit about your role supporting Artemis 2 and the science preparation for the mission?
Yes, so I'm one of the 3 science officers. So Kelsey's been on console all day. I'll take over, kind of closer to the end
Where's
of the day.
Spock?
And then Trevor Graff is on the planning shift. And so it's the 3 of us in this 24-hour cycle supporting the mission. And so the science officer console is a brand new console to Mission Control. And it's not every day that you get a new discipline incorporated into Mission Control, so it's been such a significant milestone for us, and it's just a testament to like the commitment that the Flight Operations Directorate and
Alright, so
NASA
that's the floor
have,
level.
that they're going to be integrating science and maximizing science throughout Artemis, so it's really exciting. And then the science preparation. Yeah, so I'm on the operations team, but I'm also on the training team. So all the incredible training and shout-outs that you've gotten today, it warms,
Alright, so I need
my heart.
this.
It warms everybody's heart in the science evaluation room. I promise you that. But so all the classroom training, the field training, the mission simulations, right, we were part of all of it, and that is what we did to get the crew to be. They are a part of the science team, and they are the forefront, that nice edge.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They've just been doing such a great job today.
I know, I imagine that you have to be pretty proud of them. Their reports have been fantastic. So I would like to know a little bit about how you have developed procedures for this crew. What kind of science activities are they carrying
don't
out
need
inside
below
the spacecraft?
Yeah, so the procedure development has been a unique challenge. I would say the exploration science that we're doing is inherently pretty flexible, and operations is, I'd say, inherently has more structure and rigidity, and so to marry the two and to operationalize the science that we want to get done has been a challenge. But I think we've been able to go through these processes and create good products at the end and have a good plan. And yeah, it's been really great. What was the second part of your question?
Just what kind of these science activities that they're performing, which of those have you really had a hand in?
Yeah, so a lot of the procedures help organize what the crew is doing in the cabin. And I know we've talked a lot about what they've been doing, and they've been doing a lot, and it's been a little dark, so I can re-explain what some of those things that they're
like
they're
running
doing.
the cables out there.
So the observation blocks are about an hour long, and the crew is organized, the 4 crew members are organized into 2 pairs of 2, the window team and the cabin team. And the lunar targeting package that you've been showing up and that the crew have on their handheld tablets is really the instructions for the window team. So the window team, the 2 crew members are looking out the window. One has the camera with the long lens, one has, they're just looking out the window with their
then we
unaided
can
eye, and they're taking these detailed observations.
smooth that out
And
later,
then
but right now I
halfway
just
in that
want to make it
observation block, they do those window
airtight
team,
and
position swap. So that's
integrated.
what Capcom's been calling calling out.
We get a
They'll switch
couple
positions,
doors.
so each crew member has a chance to have that long lens, and then that's just what the window team is doing. There's also the cabin team, where they also have duties that they're doing. We're asking a lot of the crew in this time, and then the cabin team, they have the interior camera, and they're taking images inside the cabin. They're also supporting the window team, where, you know, you've heard some call-outs where looking out at the bright moon and then looking inside the dark cabin and looking at their LED screen is a lot. So the cabin team is also helping support, target, and guide the window team into specific targets on their plan. They're also helping call out these science situational reps. So they're looking out a different window and listening in to what the crew who are really down and in the science on the window team are doing, and they're giving us insight. And those recordings that the window team is doing are going to be uplinked or downlinked overnight, and we're going to be able to chew on that data. But yeah, they're helping. They're doing a lot.
What was that call out?
Making sure we have a plan that's flexible, but also make sure that we check off all those boxes was really important.
So tell me a little bit more. You talked earlier about the analogs that the crew has done. What kind of analogs or environments
Wasn't power,
really
wasn't
oxygen.
Yeah, so for procedure
wasn't
development,
food.
right, you have so many different environments
Filter
that you
low,
can
I
do.
think.
You have classroom, like we said, we have you have the Orion mock-up, you have simulations, and at least for developing the plan, we kind of did it in a tiered approach, because each of those different analog
there's
environments helps us answer a slightly different question and has a little bit of a higher fidelity. So we would start with the classroom. So we would get, we would just get into a classroom, we would put all the hardware on the table, and then we'd almost role play of like, you be Victor, you be Reed, you be Jeremy, and I'll be Christina, and like, let's just do the plan how we think we should do it. Write that down, and then just keep iterating on that, and then
Integrity Houston for a tag up pre-forward link LOS in place of the Flight Director Conference.
Yeah. Why are you talking over my game?
Okay, Jenny,
so rude.
ready.
All right, crew, I'm going to roll through a couple of topics here. The first two are for timeline. First of all, read for your toilet maintenance. It is a shortened toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the oxone changeout. That portion of the procedure is canceled. Victor, you have an HHP stop activity on your timeline. We need you to perform that as scheduled for bandwidth reasons. For your next portion of the flyby, in particular the eclipse, we want to remind you that you can take off the eclipse glasses when the sun sets and you are simply looking at the corona. And then finally, for the D5 with the long or zoom lens, which is set for solar corona, we want to remind you that when you are capturing Earth shine, you will likely have to adjust the exposure. That's all I have for you. Let me know if you have anything for us.
Okay, Houston, we copy y'all. Thanks for those.
Power low.
Okay, now power's low. I should have grabbed more than this, but I'm just thinking of this in the moment. Alright, so now we gotta bring power down here. Toilet needs more bandwidth.
All right, just a quick call up to the crew ahead of a forward link LOS, meaning that we won't be communicating with them, but we will be receiving their communications and data during that time frame. So Angela, we were talking about analog environments. You were telling me about the classroom and getting in there and pretending who's Victor, who's Reed. Tell me more about this.
Yeah, it works pretty well. So you're gonna do the plan how you expect it to be, and then once we finalize that plan, we'll give it to a completely new group of people and have them practice it, and then they'll be like, these steps don't make sense, and we'll reiterate on it over and over. Then we'll take it to a higher fidelity environment like the Orion mock-up, and we'll do the same thing because that volume is smaller, the window placement, their seating, what things have we forgotten with this addition of this environment. And then once we reiterate on that, we'll take it then, we'll give it to the crew and have them execute off of it during mission simulations. That's the highest fidelity that we can do before we send it to space. So this is the first time we've had to do this because we're a brand new console, and it just sparks so many neurons of like, how are we going to do this for surface missions and integrate this in so many different ways. So excited to have kicked off this process, but there's so much more to come.
Fascinating. And I think it was really well thought out too, because each crew member gets an opportunity to do each task. And so you're getting different perspectives and different insights from each crew member, maybe even about the same target, but something that one person sees could be completely different than something another person notices. So we also know that Artemis 2 has traveled. They're now on their way home, but they traveled farther from the moon than the Apollo missions did. So what makes that vantage point scientifically interesting?
Yeah, observations are so fundamental in the scientific toolkit, particularly observations from different perspectives, different scales, and with different techniques. And so for this, so we really tried to make the plan to optimize those. There's pros and cons for all those things for this mission. So we really just focused the plan to have all those pros. So in terms of scale, this zoomed out scale, you can learn different things. This zoomed or this different perspectives. So their perspective.
Oh yeah, it's a lot to run
photometry around when they orbit the moon. And then also just their different the different things they're able to observe. So yeah, let me talk a little bit about scale, because I think observations at different scales, you can gain a lot of different information. So like for example, if you were an astronaut on the surface looking at a rock, and you describe at this micro scale. So in training, we kind of talk about observations from micro to macro, or from outcrop to orbit. So looking at, a rock at this scale, you can describe its components, you can describe what it's made of and its colors and its minerals. And you're like, okay, and this rock came from this boulder, and it's this part of this boulder, and these are the different things that I'm observing around, that gives me context to this sample. And then you zoom out a little bit more and you're like, okay, well, I can see that this boulder came from, it rolled from this mountain ridge, or this high ridge feature. And then because I can see the trail that it came from, okay, now let me describe this ridge, and different parts in it, and maybe other boulders that I'm seeing. And then you zoom out further of the orbit scale, and you're like, this ridge is a part of this larger crater. So all of those different steps give you different information, and so that's why observations at these different scales and these different perspectives are so important. So this zoomed out kind of far view is this full lunar disk view. It's the full lunar, on Earth we see the full lunar disk as well, but now we're able to see it on the far side, and we're able to see it
so I need
all at the same time, which enables the astronauts to compare very quickly to different parts of the surface. And the color particularly is very compelling, because you can
console airlock chip
compare from 3 different regions. Is it in the same family? Is this actually a little bit different? Compare that to what they see in their orbital data that they have access to on their portable computers, and really just be able to tease out that nuance and information.
Yeah, we heard them make a lot of those connections today, and especially the color. We talked with Kelsey about this a little bit, just how exciting it was to hear the browns and greens and things like that. I cannot wait to see those pictures. So one last question. We are coming up on
we'll need a temperature gauge and stuff.
Observation block, and this
now
is
I
when
need
we are going into a solar eclipse.
sensor.
So can you tell me what you're interested in the crew learning during that time frame?
Yeah,
a couple of these.
The data set. So yes, there's so many things. How to pick one. So I'd say the thing that I'm most interested in seeing is some of their annotations that they're taking. So in this opportunity, it's a very dynamic type of experience, in that we don't normally see this activity. And so being able to have crew observe the solar corona, and then also annotate it in their on their portable
that's very true too.
Is just such a unique
even the night
thing
that's
that
still
humans
blue
can give to missions, and also particularly being able to annotate what they're observing while they're talking about it is also unique to being able to have astronauts in orbit as well, because we won't be able to have annotations on the lunar surface, because the astronauts will be in suits. They're going to be collecting samples, they're going to be deploying instruments, and so personally, I'm really excited to see some of these annotations and to see how that develops over time, because you've heard a lot of descriptions, and I think when people are describing something that's unique and different, you can interpret it differently. But if you're drawing and you're marking, particularly just going back to like the color provinces, for example, and those boundaries, you know exactly what they meant. And really, I'm just very excited about those annotations. There's been some famous annotations that the Apollo crew have made, particularly about solar coronas and the structures that have, and lofted dust that have given a lot of
so now everything I need is over here.
They're observing this phenomenon,
oh, there's my
and
doors.
now it's our job to hypothesize of like why
Anything
are they observing this? Like what is going on? So I think that's just a really cool part of exploration and science, and this beautiful thing that we're about to do.
Well, now you've got me excited about the annotations too. I mean, I've been excited about the pictures and the audio, but now
don't sleep on the annotations. I am very excited to see these little sketches that they're able to draw out, and we have pictures that they can just draw right on.
Hopefully
this
it's not
particular
nice.
thing is different than what we've seen, so I'm excited about that.
I'm excited too. Angela Garcia, thank you so much for joining us today, and have a great time tonight on console.
Thank you, and you've been doing a great job, and so excited to see where we go from here.
Thank you so much.
Alright, I think I have everything I need. Scan the movie, yeah, exactly. Old school. Alright, this one will be relatively easy.
Integrity Houston, you have 3 minutes until we go into a forward link LOS. We will be back up with you in about an hour during the eclipse on Madrid.
Thanks for the heads up. Look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Okay, that's interesting. Loss of signal. I think that may be a power saving issue, since they're not getting direct solar power during the eclipse. They don't want to drain the batteries during that time. I guess. That's my guess. Alright, let's bring this one over. Because they're not out of visual sight of Earth anymore. So in an emergency they could contact. Yeah, probably best to just plus again, you know, it's like it's kind of an unofficial break.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This a live view from the Orion spacecraft with our Artemis 2 crew inside. That's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. We are still live for our lunar flyby coverage. The crew is in a short break while the spacecraft is pivoted away from the moon. We are going to be going into a solar eclipse. This is the
it might
first
also
time
be the
anyone has
antenna
ever
facing the
seen
wrong
a
way.
solar eclipse from the moon. So it's going to be a unique vantage point for our crew. But ahead of heading into that solar eclipse, we need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft. Therefore, we have positioned the solar arrays into the sunlight to allow time for those batteries to charge. We will get back pointed at the moon just in time for that solar eclipse. We are also in a forward link LOS. What that means is essentially we cannot send calls or commands to the crew right now from the ground. However, we clearly get all of their data and communications.
Okay, so just...
The spacecraft is now
that makes sense.
4,632 miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow as the distance from Earth shrinks, now 252,523 miles away. Our closest approach to the moon today was approximately 4,067 statute miles in altitude. Our maximum distance from the Earth is suspected to be 252,756
Alright, we're fully powered
miles.
up.
Both of those moments came while Orion was flying in their loss of signal time frame behind the moon. The crew also set that new record today, beating the Apollo 13 record of distance from Earth. This is an animation or a visualization that you can track anytime, day or night, by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. This shows you how the spacecraft is positioned as well as their distance and velocity, now traveling 930 miles per hour.
Yeah, at least for the public stuff. I'm not sure if... I don't know if the engineering is metric or imperial.
During this break in their time today, the crew is working on a couple of other tasks. Some of those include their National Geographic timelined test. National Geographic was selected through a competitive process by NASA to help tell the story of Artemis 2. So you've seen the crew with some GoPros inside the cabin, taking videos and pictures, and with other cameras as well. National Geographic plans to leverage its portfolio of media assets, including magazines, social and digital content, and television programming for engagement opportunities. Throughout the flight, the crew has been timelined a little bit each day to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic, and that includes their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and just their overall thoughts about the mission. And I cannot wait to see that footage.
Yep, yeah, definitely. Alright, so now I need console. Console time. Sensor time. It's like, where's the best cheese deposits?
Teams on the ground reporting that the spacecraft is looking good and that the power aboard is good as well.
Power, power, power.
In a proper position before
power,
eclipse.
power, power. Chip. Glass, plastic. Perfect. Alright, now I need to lay down the rest of the floor for the greenhouse portion. It's like, what's the word?
The crew is in a little break during our flyby coverage for today. They will resume their flyby momentarily in about 30 minutes once they get into their observations during that solar eclipse. Now, the moon is our nearest celestial neighbor, orbiting Earth at less than 250,000 miles on average. When our astronauts venture there for future Artemis missions, they'll target landing sites near the lunar South Pole. There, ancient rocks, minerals, and trapped water ice will not only provide resources for human explorers, but they may also contain clues to the formation and evolution of our planet and the solar system. Let's learn more about the lunar South Pole with this video featuring Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead.
We learned a lot from the Apollo samples, but we still have a lot left to learn about the moon. The Apollo missions visited only a pretty narrow swath of the moon. All the missions were concentrated near the near-side equator. Really interesting and really critical insights were unlocked with the Apollo samples, but we have so many questions still to answer about the moon and the evolution of the moon.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
NASA's Artemis missions are NASA's plan to send people to the surface of the moon. We'll be sending people and roving assets and scientific equipment to, among other things, answer a lot of really compelling science questions. Scientists have a lot
two more
to learn
frames
about the
out.
moon. It's our nearest celestial neighbor here to Earth, so what the moon has experienced, we've experienced. Except here on Earth, we have things like plate tectonics, oceans, forests, people that erase the rock record. Whereas on the moon, that whole record of our planet's history, of the moon's history, is just kind of waiting there at the surface for us to explore. The South Pole, which is where Artemis missions are going to target, is specifically interesting for a couple key reasons. We think there are volatiles at the South Pole of the moon that are not present near the equator. Things like water and water ice that are trapped in the lunar regolith, which basically just means lunar soil, that can easily become untrapped from that lunar regolith, and scientists can scoop up and study for return to Earth. The lunar South Pole is
I wasn't really into him, but a
scientific
friend of mine
target,
was.
and it also comes with some challenges for operating. For example, the lighting environment will change drastically within the course of one mission, and even over sometimes the course of one spacewalk. So preparing the crew members, preparing the hardware that we're sending to the moon, and preparing the mission control teams is really,
Because
really
it's overlapping with
the South Pole
music from Satisfactory.
particularly exciting. We think it's one of the oldest and largest impact basins in the solar system. And if we can get the right rock from the South Pole Aitken Basin and bring it back to our labs here on Earth, we can use that sample to constrain the entire evolution of our solar system and really understand the timing of how the moon and our planet and the entire solar system evolved.
You're looking at a live view aboard the Orion spacecraft of the Artemis 2 crew, working in the middle of one of their breaks, or really their only break today, during this lunar flyby period. Coming up next will be that solar eclipse.
That's all the old iron stuff. Oh, full charge, nice. Including the nuclear batteries. Yes, we can shut that off for now.
Throughout the Artemis 2 mission, and of course throughout today, you've likely heard the crew being called with the name Integrity. The Artemis 2 crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity during a news conference September 24th, 2025. The name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. They said this name is also a nod to the extensive integrated effort from the more than 300,000 spacecraft components to the thousands of people across the world that must come together to venture to the moon and back, inspire the world, and set the course for a long-term presence at the moon. The crew also said that integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's astronaut office, and the CSA, the Canadian Space Agency.
Take the first 20 and then the next 30 can be... I thought I grabbed it, but keep bouncing into there. When will I realize, yeah, that's not the way in, at the zigzag. I have to zigzag. Yeah, I got all the super alloys, so I have those available to me. To make a railing so they don't fall off. So this will be the greenhouse part. I think I'll just have glass the last 3 sections. Then we'll do walls there. Yeah, it's hard not to make boxy things in Stationeers, but yeah, doing a little split level just kind of gives that. That way I can look down over the lower part as well. It's the moon, yeah. No! Splat. But now I need to close. We'll close this part up with frames. Then this will just be wall/ceilings. Now we need to do some painting. A little area back here for some shenanigans. Got some space up there for stuff. And like I said, I think we'll move some of the utilities into a layer down here.
We are 5 days, 1 hour, and 38 minutes mission elapsed time into Artemis 2. In this view on the screen, you can see the crew starting to even look through some photos that they may have captured today. We really look forward to sharing these photos with you as soon as we possibly can. And the best way to keep up with those is to follow NASA on social media. You can do so at NASA, and for this mission specifically, at NASA Artemis.
Then we'll have a mine into the side of the mountain. I can use my glasses to something over there. Is that iron? I think that's iron.
Again, we are in a forward link LOS, or forward link loss of signal with the crew, meaning that we're not
Trains
able to
yet? Nope,
communicate
not
or
yet.
send any commands to them right now, as they were. This is a tracked event that occurs at times, but they could still provide communications down here to us, and we are obviously still receiving their video and their data.
And we'll try to pretty this up as well once I get the integrity satisfied. So the rest of the frames. They did bring the rover back though. So you can drive around, which is good because some of the distances are pretty big. Let me get those I can stand on.
Blind, high priority PAO activities on Reed's timeline are on PCD1 in a folder imagery for downlink, and then high priority standby imagery for downlink, and then lunar flyby for PAO, and then high priority PAO. Thank you.
So basically, it's like, these are the ones you guys want to see first. I think that's what that meant. "77 days have passed on my mission. Blue screen. Yeah, having the nuclear battery in this arc welder. Very nice. Actually ran out of steel sheets. Go change that battery though.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You heard Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis 2 mission aboard Orion, make a call in the blind. This means he knows we cannot call back and that he knows we may not receive his call. However, we have good communications with the spacecraft. They just cannot hear from us right now due to a forward link loss of signal.
Mining.
Again, we were tracking that this would occur, and we will regain
Let's
that
turn those into
momentarily.
sheets.
But that call that came down from Wiseman mentioned some imagery, so we are very much looking forward to getting pictures taken from the moon today. Again,
the
to see those
170.
images, make sure you follow NASA on our social media at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
While I'm waiting for that, might as well reset. Oh yeah, I was going to provide this guy with a box of goodies. You can wait. Duct tape, filter, plastic sheets, cable coils. Yeah, the fact that I'm able to leave all this on and still basically have the batteries recharged, pretty darn sweet. I think we'll extend this out though another 10. Fairly soon. As soon as I get this all up, probably a good time to expand power. And like I said, run a heavy cable up there and have the transformers be able to go to different areas. Because we're going to start needing pumps, air conditioners, all kinds of pretty heavy... so pay to have a heavy cable going up there and then only, you know, run the
view on your screen right now
small
is
wires
animation.
different places.
This is called Arrow, or Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can visit this for yourself at nasa.gov/track-Artemis. And you can watch as we continue to grow closer to Earth and farther away from the moon. It's all seemed to happen so fast so far. And we're coming up on splashdown now in 3 days, 23 hours and 31 minutes.
There's our pumpkins. Alright. Take off the suit for a bit before I start getting stinky again. Haven't been stinky for a while, so that's good. No one can smell you, yep. Nope. Yeah, we want to make sure we put in plenty of lights in there as well. I think we're good. Oh, I should take my next... yeah, let me take my next break, because they're kind of on a break as well. That'll be way I'll be back for when they have the, get out of the solar eclipse. Are they in the solar eclipse? Yeah, I think they... Alright, anyway, let me... take a break. And then, yep, we'll do both, continue both things here. BRB, boop, boop, and boop.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are in a forward link LOS with the spacecraft. We're not able to send commands or communications to them right now. However, they could send them to us, and we do get spacecraft data. This is tracked as we are on the Deep Space Network. This is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft now that we are so far from Earth, over 252,000 miles. We are still in our lunar flyby coverage. The crew still have a very important and very exciting flyby milestone coming up when they will see a solar eclipse from the moon, the first humans to ever do so. Something that we also have to consider when it comes to our missions and launches is space weather. So since the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, there were some solar eruptions near that time frame that could have been dangerous to our explorers. Over those 50 years since those storms, the data, technology, and resources available to NASA have improved, enabling advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection, which is key to NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts to the moon.
Across our planet, billions of people depend on the invisible networks that connect us to space. Every day, those networks are at the mercy of our temperamental sun and the space weather that it unleashes across our solar system. That's why NASA's space weather program tracks solar storms from the moment they erupt, modeling their paths, anticipating their impacts, and leading the research that the world's industries rely on. NASA's space weather research and modeling is driven by the needs of society and enables critical decision-making that equips pilots to reroute around high radiation areas, farmers to adjust GPS-based precision planting and harvesting plans, and power grid operators to mitigate the impacts of potential surges. For those exploring other worlds, NASA provides 24/7 space weather monitoring for Artemis crews at the moon and future Mars astronauts who may be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation during solar storms. Whether you're a pilot or a passenger, a farmer or a consumer, a power grid operator or energy customer, a satellite controller or GPS user, space weather impacts us all.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. It's now been 5 days, 1 hour, and 54 minutes since we launched.
Plebs are needed.
We are still in our flyby coverage, and the crew is on a short break right now as we have changed the attitude of the spacecraft to help charge the batteries aboard. We use the solar arrays to gather energy from the sun and store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we have those batteries to continue powering Orion. Now we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. And this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun, unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky. We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon. And because of how big the moon will be from their perspective, the total phase of the eclipse will last nearly an hour. The astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse as the moon covers and uncovers the sun, which is before and after totality. So, much like us on Earth, they will have eclipse glasses so they can safely view that portion. The astronauts will also be using cameras to capture images of the corona during the eclipse. There also may be some other planets visible during the eclipse, including Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury. If they can identify what part of the sky they're looking at, this can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing. This provides useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation. Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it. The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are resuming their lunar flyby observations. The first of these is sunset. This is the solar corona that we'll be looking for. It's the outer atmosphere of the sun. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar plumes. These are thin streamers that project from the sun's north and south poles. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface. And something else that we've previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is dust from the moon that is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts. You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon. Again, this solar eclipse is only visible to the crew on the spacecraft. It's not visible to anybody on Earth. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. And we're personally looking forward to getting those images as well. Again,
all right, I'm
during
back.
the
Very
portion
cool.
of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses just like we do from Earth to safely view it. Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost an hour. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse lasts only a couple of minutes. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep space and to look into see if there are other planets nearby.
Yeah, because they only have Earth shine, and the Earth shine is only from a crescent, small crescent. So this will be their darkest opportunity to look out into space. Very cool. Very cool. Alright, I need to... But in the meantime, well, no, let's keep with this view until the sun goes by, because it shouldn't take too long. Because now they're getting to the point where it's mostly the corona. Yeah, then when the corona goes down,
what
yeah.
What you're seeing right now is the solar corona. That's the outer atmosphere of the sun. And the science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. They're hoping that they'll take pictures and describe the visibility, color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole, and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
Yeah, because this is a good opportunity, because there's no atmosphere on the moon. They get a nice hard edge. And then no interference from the Earth atmosphere you'd normally get during a solar eclipse there. Helvetica? Helvetic, I mean. And Awok, oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Chill Team. I missed that. Very cool.
Science, integrity, in the blind. This is,
Plebs are needed.
It used to be unreal.
And Odeon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Chill Team.
Gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon. You could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window
Nice.
3, and it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright, and Earthshine is
Yeah, the fact that the GoPro can still see it.
and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that single picture really wouldn't capture the kind of depth that the human eyeball could get, seeing the whole sphere of the moon with the corona on one side and the Earthshine on the other. So no pictures will do that justice. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, like I said, the fact that the GoPro still sees it shows how bright that is to them. And being that far from the moon, you know, relatively how slowly they're passing around behind. Small loss of signal. And that is pretty cool.
Again, you're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. Orion is now 252,125 miles away from us all on Earth. We're here in the Artemis mission control room in Houston, Texas, and what you had just before we lost that view quickly was the corona of the sun peeking around the moon as the astronauts are entering a solar eclipse for this portion
Alright,
of the lunar
I
flyby.
have reset everything. I'm sorry.
We're now over
Filter is not low.
5,500 statute miles from the moon.
170%.
Our closest approach today was just about 4,067 statute miles away. The teams in the room beginning to get a little busier and filter in and out as we are stepping through a handover. The Orbit 1 team is handing over to Orbit 2, who will continue monitoring lunar flyby and all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft.
How many got in there? 8. I'll keep it at that. Yeah, then I can put stackers on all these. Or I have stackers on them, but arrange them so the stuff doesn't keep falling into the next machine. Or shine. And that's a neat view.
You're getting your last few views of the solar corona as the moon begins to take center stage and completely cover the sun. If you see that bright dot up near the top left of your screen, we think right now that that may be a part of the spacecraft, but we'll be sure to correct that if we end up figuring out later that it is something else entirely.
Alright, so this, like I said, this part will be wall roofs. We'll put walls here, but windows.
It has been an absolute
These
honor
three, and then
to
of
join
course,
you here today for the lunar flyby.
because the sun follows
of Artemis
right
2,
along
the
this
first time
path.
humans have flown by the moon in over 50 years. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited now to hand over the
shifting around in the windows, and we are transferring settings on a camera to pick up Earth shine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the corona, where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earth shine.
Alright, now set these. So yes, my little trick of using that little cutout to make sure all the windows are the right orientation. I will use walls here.
You know our rules. that we don't talk when the crew is talking, so wanted to give Victor Glover a moment there to call down what he was seeing now that the moon is covering the sun. A really amazing time during today's lunar flyby. Again, thank you so much for letting us help tell this story today. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, handing it over to my friend Anna Schneider at the PAO console as the Orbit 2 team comes to join us. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy tonight. Anna, you can take it away.
Thank you so much, Leah, and it's been a joy listening to your coverage over the last several hours. So as you mentioned, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently making their way on console and completing a shift handover with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Diane Daly.
Alright, and then
she is currently
these last three
over
will
with
be...
the Orbit 1 Flight Director there on your screen, who was Flight Director Jeff Radigan. The Artemis 2 crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft. It continues to observe the eclipse that they are witnessing. There's about 43 minutes remaining in that eclipse period.
Got any more walls left? A few. Alright, so again, using that pattern, rolled off to the window. Make sure all the little hexagons eventually line up correctly. And then for this part, we'll do...
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are currently seeing a live view of the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft. We spoke with our science team and they did determine that that dot in the distance is Venus.
Oh wow. Let me give you a shot of that. That is awesome. Yeah, I thought it was a reflection off of the something on the ship. So that right there, there is Venus. Alright, I need a few more walls and probably a lot more plastic sheets. Okay, we're sealed in down here. What I'll do is I'll bring that oxygen tank in here and just let that loose. See if that holds. $50 plastic sheets. Yeah, we'll need a few more than that. But right now I need a few more walls. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Science integrity. Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
Like I said, yeah, the cameras aren't going to do it justice. Oop. Somebody forgot to zip up this part.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with...
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
Okay, meteors, so they did see 2 flashes, maybe? So actual impacts on the moon?
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes, and at that point then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond, so they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earth shine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
How many more times will I just walk into this window thinking I can go in? Okay, what? Pretty sure that was the direction. Well, I know I'll get the orientation of the hexagons right, but... No, that's not what these are. These are something else. So I need to grind those off. As I was doing... Pretty sure I was doing that one. We will find out. Yep. Get the solid ones in first. Yeah, I'm pretty darn happy with this design, relatively speaking. A little bit more plastic. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go out and get some more silicone. I have more. Okay, so all the walls are done. Except for the glass. And as far as plastic coating goes. And I need a bunch more glass. 7 times 21, 25, 29. Yeah, at least 29 glass. Like 4 there, so we don't need that much more glass. 12. We need lights, but we don't need grow lights. Fortunately.
Science, integrity, and the blind. The glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon is where flying through this trajectory, and then the sun's going to come up out of the other side. I think it's we're starting to see the glow around the moon get balanced out. I still see Earth shine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
Integrity Houston, we have that sit rep loud and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
I need a little bit glass.
Hey Jenny, we have you loud and clear, thanks.
Acquisition of signal.
Copy. Victor, we're handing you over to Science for some critical questions. Thanks for your reports.
Integrity Science, we were loving your science sit reps in the blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Were you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
That's my question.
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun-lit off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
Power low.
Because what they can do, even if they can get a proximate area, they can take previous scans and compare them to new scans and see if they can find where those impacts are.
Either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon.
Yep, that's exactly what they want to know. So yeah, they'll be taking really, really close looks at old and new scans of that area.
South of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
You know, because they were able to see splashes of where the various probes crashed, and those happened at much slower speeds.
Means that people saw them too.
Nice. Alright, all the plastic is in place. Let's see if we can do this in a way without missing a spot.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We have regained that signal, so the team here in Mission Control was able to call back up to the crew
Well, there's one.
on
Well,
board the
I haven't done
Orion
those yet.
spacecraft as they continue their lunar flyby. Specifically, they are now in that eclipse period. So the science team here in Mission Control was able to ask some questions about some of the situational reports they were providing during that loss of signal. Specifically, they were interested in some of the meteors that they mentioned seeing and those impact
Okay,
flashes.
8, so that's
they
perfect.
did provide confirmation that they did
4 on
see
this side.
at least 4 impact flashes during that lost signal.
Are you still with us, Houston, or do we lose you?
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
Are you there?
Okay, we got you loud and clear. One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and
That's
even
interesting.
now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make out little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
That tells me that there's more dust in the moon atmosphere than they realized.
To hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observe them in solar illumination?
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from the Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very, just a sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the Earth glow.
Alright, I think I've sealed this up.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy. One other question for you on the solar corona. Were you actually able to see any structure or color in the corona before most of it disappeared behind the moon?
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. There were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
Alright, let me go grab the oxygen container.
Okay, we're excited
right
to
there.
see it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows, and that brief LOS we had previously was due to a data rate change expected.
Okay, I am
Okay, we copy that, Jenny.
over pressurized in here just by a tiny bit. Walking backwards is always easier with these things. Alright, so now we can throw some atmosphere in here.
Integrity Science, one more request for you.
4
While it's
megapascals.
still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be
1.4
so
kilomoles.
appreciated.
So I still have as much in here as kind of what I have in the main tank. Let me see how many kill moles I have in the room.
Okay, Kelsey, it's going to be pretty hard to go looking at PCD right now, but we'll definitely try and annotate what we saw.
We got probably another 3 or 4 hours. I'm Rockner, hello.
Cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
Alright, in here... Turn 39 moles of oxygen.
This is Artemis Mission Control. On the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a view of the science.
Because I was wondering if I could just open that up
control.
and let it all
and we've been hearing
fly in.
that communication between the science officer, the Orbit 1 science officer is Kelsey Young, and she's been asking questions to the crew, specifically CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen, based on the observations they've been making during this eclipse period. And then in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis real-time orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back to Earth. The distance from the Moon will continue to increase at this point. So right now, Orion and its crew are about
thriving, but taking much longer to grow, of course.
And about 251,000 miles away from the Earth.
Quick drink here. Excellent. So what do I need? I need to label all the airlock stuff. Yeah, and this extra space here is so I can eventually put in a suit dock, and that will automatically recharge my batteries, refill the air tanks. All that fun stuff. Oh yeah, label. Label. Battery's good. Alright, main air. Lock. Interior door. Exterior door.
Okay, science, we're getting set up for sunrise. The window teams are, Christina is supporting, and also Z9 window 1. Jeremy's got the long lens in window 2, and the short lens in window 2. And Reed is in window 3, and he has started recordings and is set up to see Corona.
Great sit rep, Victor. That sounds like a good config, and we're showing coronal effects start to appear on your video camera. So in the next few minutes, we should start to hear your observations.
Alright, so that should be everything in here labeled. So now we can turn this on. Screwdriver. The main thing I want is these turned down to 0.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard the crew call down to the team here in Houston, reporting that they have swapped out who is in the
No, they're in contact now. Should be in contact all the way home.
Christina Cook is in window 1, with Jeremy Hansen in window 2 and Reed in window 3. Reed is focusing on observing corona, which is solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere.
Exterior.
There is about 18 minutes remaining in the eclipse period.
Exterior, interior.
I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on April 1st because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing.
Yes, they already had the blackout. What they're seeing now is they're in eclipse of the moon, so the sun is the other side of the moon. And
Amazing.
Two things are surprising to him. One, there's a glow all the way around the moon from the sun.
And just one more logistics note, we have gone as dark as we can in the cabin. We have turned the DUs all the way as dim as they can go, so you can't see anything on the screens. Every bit of light in the cabin affects the view. You're definitely seeing the brightness go closer. It's definitely brighter on the Earthshine side, and so we're expecting to see some corona here soon.
We copy all. Excited for what you see next.
So the two things that he's like just stoked for. One, he's seeing glow all around the moon from the sun, which means there's some kind of atmosphere or dust that's bending that light around to him.
I'm not sure if we talked much about the star field, but we've got lots of stars. You've got the nice glow around the moon, but right off the well, we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet. That line of planets. There's something a moon diameter to the left, and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange.
It's probably seeing Venus.
It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So, but anyway, there are definitely stars. I think some of those planets that you said we might see, we're seeing. And so, in unreal view, the moon in the foreground is one of the darkest things we see out the window, and now it's deep space behind it is kind of dark blue like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. It's quite a wicked view.
And the other thing is he's really seeing...
I'm just doing the best job, and I'm not going to try to add
No, because it's all around. He's also seeing the Earthshine.
Our brains are not processing this image in front of us. It is absolutely...
But it's only like a quarter
there's no adjectives I'm going to need to
crescent of the moon. So he's seeing Earthshine and then sun glow all the way around.
This is just absolutely beautiful and inspiring to hear. And Victor, we suspect what you're seeing is Saturn and Mars.
Could be the sun.
That reddish object is likely Mars. Good opportunity to look at the future of where we're going.
Atmosphere. Yeah, it could be. They're far enough away from the moon. So what exactly they're seeing, whether it's a very, very thin moon atmosphere or an extended corona, good question. Okay, that works even with no atmosphere. Because the advanced airlock is to get between two different types of atmospheres. We can get in and out. Nice. But there's no delay because I don't have to cancel the exterior.
Okay, and from this vantage point, the 4 o'clock on the Earthshine side is definitely getting brighter, still no coronal structure.
Sure, I got all the windows. Glass. So once I set the other airlock, then we can let some atmosphere in. And then I gotta start cooling the atmosphere.
And we aren't able to distinguish which Mare is, but we can clearly see Mare in the Earthshine.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have not seen an impact flash in the last 5 minutes.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
Lock interior door.
And actually, right after I said that, right at the south pole, near the south pole on the Terminator, Reed just saw one.
Amazing.
Lock exterior door. Mine exterior vent. Mine interior vent. Mine airlock gas sensor.
Integrity Science, and as you look around our solar system neighborhood, you should see Saturn setting behind the moon right now.
We do. We've been watching it track close to the horizon, and it's right tangential to the moon at this moment.
Anything else in here I need to label? I think that's it. Alright, first thing, set these to 0 so we have no delay in opening.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. And we have about 11 minutes remaining in the eclipse as at the latter half of the lunar flyby that the Artemis 2 crew is experiencing on board the Orion spacecraft. We've received several different call downs from the crew and questions up from the science officer here in Mission Control. One of the things that they said that they were able to see is Mars off in the distance, and then the science team also confirmed that they should be seeing Saturn setting behind the moon. They've also acknowledged seeing several different impact flashes, and these are flashes of lights from meteorites striking the surface of the moon. They've also mentioned the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have officially completed their handover. So the Orbit 2 team is now leading here in Mission
Awesome.
Control, and that is being led by Flight Director Diane Daly.
When we get the machines in here, we'll start
will be Tess
decorating.
Caswell. And you can see there on your screen on the right-hand
All
side
right,
is
let's
the
put
Flight
some
Director
atmosphere in
console.
here and see what happens.
Diane Daly is in the far right of that screen, and Tess Caswell, the Capcom or capsule communicator, is in the far left hand of that screen.
External isn't even registering yet.
Headlight is continuing to grow in intensity. About
There we go, 1 kilopascal.
on the sorry, but the 8 o'clock position on the Earth-shine side. Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
Okay, so we've already used about half of this to get to about
Integrity Science, we copy, and we're starting to
3
see it on the vehicle
kilopascals.
stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
Alright, is this trying to get out anywhere? Oh, there's all that gas. So all that to get just to 3 kilopascals. And that's about as much as we have in the oxygen tank at the moment.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That view you're seeing on your screen is coming from the solar array wing cameras outside of the Orion spacecraft.
Let's get a view of the corona
The
here.
light starting to come into view as the solar eclipse period is starting to end.
Integrity, still no coronal structure at this time, just continuing to grow in intensity.
You see, yeah, see how big the moon is in their field of view.
Copy, Victor, and reminder, you still should have several minutes before the eclipse classes need to go on, and we can send you up a reminder when you're getting close to take your eyes away from the D5 viewfinder, but you should be good for several more minutes.
Yep, don't get blinded.
Copy, thank you, and yes, please send up the reminder. Thank you.
Yeah, they are focused on absorbing as much as they can. I would totally forget as well. But the size of the moon right now, going by that arc,
I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct. You can still see Earth shine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
it feels like it's about the same size as when we started the stream.
Love the description, Victor.
So it's closest on this camera.
Progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
It pretty much nearly went top to bottom on the screen, and now it feels like it's about half. The diameter is about half the distance of the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen, which is about where we started. Because right now Orion is not so much going back towards Earth, but there's a really good diagram of basically Orion goes out past the orbit of the moon, almost waits there as the moon flies by. So the moon is racing away from them that way.
This is Artemis
away from the camera
in Houston, Texas.
And they're still kind of sliding mostly to the side.
Artemis 2 astronauts on board
relative to Earth.
Are currently observing an
and then once the moon gets away, then they'll start falling back to Earth.
Looks much like a total solar eclipse here on Earth.
So very, very
the moon
cool.
Is much larger compared to the sun. Unlike a terrestrial solar eclipse where the moon and the sun appear the same size in the sky.
We are definitely starting to see structure. That baby hair is rapidly growing out toward the 9 o'clock and the 8 o'clock. It's almost as if it were reaching out for Venus or for the Earth.
Neat. I hope some of the imagery they get does at least a little bit of justice to what they're seeing. Because that would be pretty darn cool.
If you've ever seen the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of tell it like you see it.
Alright, what was I...
So far it's pretty symmetrical. There are 2 or 3 streamers that are growing in intensity and in magnitude, and it's slowly starting to widen, starting to spread out across the horizon. Pretty amazing view.
I didn't put oxygen in the wrong one at one point, did I? Alright, we still have...
And Integrity Houston.
How do you...
Great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
I forgot to turn on the filter.
Thanks for the heads up.
Okay, that's still... Integrity, these are still good. But I got the oxygen in my nitrogen container. That's not too big of a deal at the moment.
And I think we're seeing some directionality. Some of it is going in different directions because it appears to be moving and combining and recombining as it moves. It's pointing in different directions, and some of it appears to be going like down toward the south pole of the moon, but it's and then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth.
Or did the filters... No, filters are still good.
One large structure, but then it definitely has wisp, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside of it. It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame, and stand by. And so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very bright spot in the center.
Oh, there's Venus.
Towering light of... There's a towering light.
Oh, there we go.
And then there were like 2 streamers that were going 30 degrees out from it. And now it is just extremely bright.
Yep, actual sunlight now.
Houston, copies all.
Get a little warm.
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
Yeah, now you can see the light reflecting on parts of the spacecraft.
We copy all. We are in eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
Nice.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes for this final portion of the eclipse. And these views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
Nice. It's not gonna change that much when I change over to you got Earth and Venus in my view. Nope. No, it could be Saturn, Jupiter, Mars. Anything on the other side? No, that's orange enough. That has to be Mars. Probably Venus, probably Saturn.
This is
or
Artemis Mission Control. There on your screen,
the other way
you can
around.
see a live look inside of the SIR, or the Science Evaluation Room, here in Mission Control Houston, just down the hallway from the Artemis Flight Control Room.
Integrity Houston, back with you after a data rate change. Regarding the SAW-3 camera T low caution, no action for you. It just got a little cool during the eclipse.
Nice. But yeah, okay, so now I need to...
Okay, we copy, and if you didn't copy my request for the mission summary to add about 20 new superlatives to help my vocabulary, I would appreciate it.
We copied it fantastically.
It's like, I need 20 more words for wow.
And Integrity Science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I
Alright, we'll
can't
put
say enough
the...
how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire
Let's
world
put
with what you were
a
able
ladder
to bring
up.
today.
Then we'll
You
bring in
really
the
brought the moon
gases
closer for
on
us
that
today,
wall.
and we cannot say thank you enough. And Science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
To your entire team, Kelsey, to the entire NASA science team, y'all really turned to when we shifted launch dates to April 1st, and you got the most incredible package together for us to go do some great science and some great, truly human experience moments here. And we were well prepared, and we appreciate all of you. And this is what we do best when we all come together and work as a team. So y'all knocked it out of the park. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Beautiful words, Reed. Thanks so much.
Floor.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. The lunar flyby observation period is
Just give me
starting
what
to
I
come
need.
to a close following that eclipse. And there on your screen you can see a look into the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, which is embedded within Mission Control to provide science input.
Then we need a ladder.
And they provided that input throughout the live flyby operations today. They also have a back room called the Science Mission Operations Room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. And then, of course, we have the Science Officer on console here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, which you can see a view there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Science Officer throughout the flyby operations today has been Kelsey Young, who is the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead. And then to her left is Angela Garcia, who will be the Science Officer taking over for Orbit 2.
Excellent. Alright, so we'll put the input vent for oxygen, nitrogen, and eventually
Past 7
carbon
hours or so,
dioxide
the
here.
crew has been going through their lunar flyby observation period, and now they will wrap up that period and complete some final tasks and begin downlinking some of the amazing imagery that they've captured throughout the day, as well as some of the observations that they've recorded. And now on your screen you're seeing a live look from the Orion spacecraft from those solar array wing cameras. The solar eclipse period ended just a few minutes ago, and during this eclipse, towards the end of the flyby window, it lasted about an hour, and it was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And during that time, the crew saw a mostly dark moon, and they used the opportunity to analyze the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere, while it was visible. And then once the sun was completely out of view behind the moon, the crew
let me get
looked for
some
impact
active
flashes,
vents.
which they reported seeing multiple impact flashes, and those are flashes of light from meteoroids striking the surface of the moon.
Once again, an atmosphere, breathable atmosphere will bring all the machines in.
Along with some deep space targets, including planets, and they noticed Mars off to the distance, and we also saw Venus on one of the solar array wing cameras early on in the eclipse period. The crew also looked at parts of the moon illuminated by Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from the Earth when they come around toward the moon's near side at the very end of that flyby window.
The porch light. Yeah, that feels about right. Any power up here. Yeah, so the airlocks have their own separate circuits. We're feeding off the main circuit for this room. We'll probably start feeling the pinch at some point. That's when we'll bring the heavy cable over, feed it. Then we need to cool the room. Not beyond using wall coolers still. Create a little thing for that. But what I need to do now is run a bunch of oxygen pipes. I need to figure out how to refilter.
Understand that you are still reflecting upon and consolidating your lunar observations. At your convenience, I have 2 items related to the upcoming VIP event. Alright, first we wanted to let you know that the message for that upcoming event is on board for review at your convenience. That's message 3.06.04. The second item is that we've seen a couple of video blips in previous events. So during the HDPAO setup activity, we're wondering if Jeremy could please confirm for us that the TS rate is set to 1300 when you get to step 10.
Okay, so that...
Okay, Jenny. Yeah, we're pretty sure we've been in 1300 for all the PAO events. We've been tracking that when we swap between the HHP and the D5.
So can I plug that into here temporarily?
We copy, Jeremy, thanks.
Filter out that
the
oxygen.
Records are phenomenal. Jenny has gone on to her next appointment of the day, and you've now got Tess with you.
I'm sorry, Tess. Great to have you on board Integrity.
No worries. Happy to be here.
Yeah, let's try it. We'll at least get most of the junk out of that way. Oh, but I need...
This is Artemis Mission Control. We heard some communication there between the Capcom or
I need
capsule
to filter that
communicator here
out
in
too.
Mission Control, which for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell, and the CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board the Orion spacecraft, Jeremy Hansen. They were discussing an upcoming public affairs event.
And integrity 3-minute warning for the maneuver back to bias tail to sun.
If I can put that into a temporary tank and then jam it back later, I think that's the best way. Otherwise we're going to be looping and it'll be just approaching cleaning but not finishing it off. So what I need to do is take out that one. I need to reconnect this part.
The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently completed their lunar observation period. It was an approximately 7-hour period of time in which they were focused on several different targets identified by the science team here on the ground that they studied. And
now I need
for
to bring this over.
They also were referencing a lunar targeting package that was uplinked about a day
turn
ago
that
with
off.
those final targets. Now they are completing some post-lunar flyby activities, so they're working to clean up their observations that they've made and also working to downlink some of the photos that they've taken throughout the day. The science team here on the ground will then work to get as much
into
data as they can
tank.
overnight, and then there will be a post-flyby conference tomorrow after the crew
Should be able to actually...
And that's not a debrief, but a science data collection to capture their nuanced experience while they're still in the field and the experience is still fresh. And then of course there will also be a public affairs downlink event later in the day.
Tanks on this one.
Now that once the post-lunar flyby activities are complete.
Yeah, we'll do that. So
And
let me
then
get a couple
after that, the crew will go into some of their final activities for the day. They will have a private medical conference or PMC with the medical teams here on the ground. These are regular science or regular conferences that they have at the end of every day, and then there's also a flight director conference that they will have before they go into their pre-sleep period, during which they can complete hygiene activities and they will have the chance to eat their dinner and complete any other final personal activities for the day before they head into their sleep period.
I should be able to use that. As a temp tank. So nitrogen will go in there, we'll recycle everything that through the filter again. Oxygen will go there, nitrogen will go in there. When we've emptied out that pipe network, we will then dump the nitrogen back into that pipe network. Yeah, that's not much at all. Alright, so I still need to hook up. One more. Alright, that should be 3 separate networks. That's the mixed. That is only nitrogen, and that is only oxygen. Okay, there we go. Fix my boo-boo. Now we need to run pipes up to the New base. That'll be oxygen. That'll be nitrogen. CO2 will come somewhere else. Lots and lots of pipes. Where are all my pipes? None in there. Where's my white paint? Not in there. Oh, I should get the paint gun. So I'm here. Do I have the paint gun? I think I... Oh, yeah, I have the paint gun. That's where the white paint is. Correct. Can't quite reach. It's like my jetpack stuff falling or bouncing off the thing is pushing me backwards. Let's go at this height. Oh, I should set up a big old construction of pipes while I'm... Alright, what do I got in here? 68 silicon, 11 steel. Right. Use up all the silicon here for pipes.
Hydration critical.
Okay, while you're doing that, I will do personal hygiene stuff, as I said in the briefing.
Houston Integrity, we're curious if you're ready for us to start the stream a bit early to test CNN voice.
Checking. And Integrity, affirm. We are go to start the stream.
Nope. Oh, there's our pumpkins. Alright, let's get the stinky suit off for a minute.
Okay, Houston, the stream has started. We checked the TS rates 1300 and audio is true. So I will give you a voice check now on the mic.
We copy good settings, and we've got a good view.
Consume. Consume. Yeah, fortunately I never used that, so didn't mix up anything anywhere else. Yeah, I need a porch light. Yeah, let's go and do that.
In test, I sent an audio check down on the handheld blank. Did you get it?
Sorry for the delay, Jeremy. We were talking that a bit, but it was a bit broken, so please repeat for us.
In fact, I need to pump some of that out of there, because it's, not as it should be. Alright, light kit. I think that's 5. Yep. Alright, let's hook that up. Oh yeah, I am dumping a little bit of nitrogen in here. That's okay. That is perfectly fine. Alright, so I need to...
Integrity Houston, we like the scene. At your convenience, we'll take a 10 count with Jeremy in frame.
Yep, we're about to do something... some kind of discussion here. Let's get over to them.
Give us 2 minutes, and or 1 minute, and we'll do that.
2 minutes, okay. So I might have time to...
Copy.
I think I'm gonna reverse that around so I can use the same cable on these. What do I need for that drill? Oh, we got solar flare.
Great voice check and good words. We like the scene.
Turn that around that way.
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a black cable going right through the middle of the scene. At your convenience, if you would please move that, PAO would appreciate it.
All the little details that I deal with in my job. It's like, there's cables in the scene. Clean that up. Then we go that way. Alright, so that will do that job. Now I need to get power to the ceiling. Yep, can make trip over and yeah, exactly. So if we go, oh, not there.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and
Yeah,
21 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently wrapping up their lunar flyby cleanup activities.
Alright, we're gonna go one that way.
High priority PAO images from the eclipse are on PCD1 in a named folder.
One that way.
We copy, Christina, thanks.
And one that way. Alright, should be able to turn on the lights now.
And NASA astronaut Christina Cook there calling down to the ground regarding some public affairs imagery that was captured during the lunar flyby activities. She referenced a PCD, that is in reference to their portable computing devices, which are basically tablets that they're able to transfer files and also follow along on processes and procedures and their timelines for the day.
Right. need my eclipse glasses. Alright, so those things have power, the light has power. Eventually a light for the airlock. Yeah. That is bright, bright, bright. Too bad I wasn't charging up my nuclear batteries. How much? It's still at 92%, so doesn't even really need it. Now let's go and get all those pipes. $68? Yeah, I think that's how many things we had. Oh, and the brightness is gone. Alright, are we good here? Next question. Clean out the nitrogen tanks. Oh. Oh. Okay, I cleaned out that tank. How am I gonna feed that without... That's your problem. Cleaned out the pipes. But now we gotta clean out the tank. Capacity. I might be able to just pop it and everything will go into the pipes. There's enough pipes that won't blow up. We don't have that much compared to what we could have. 1 megapascal compared to 60. Yeah, I think we can pop the tank. Famous last words, right? Take that out. So now we're sharing pop kaboom wee. Capacity is 66. Yeah, there's 680 liters of capacity in the pipes themselves. Alright, what do we need? Now there should be. Yeah, the 1.9 kilomoles. Okay, so now.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by Flight Director Diane Daly and the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who serves as the single voice link up to the crew, is Tess Caswell. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently wrapped up their lunar flyby observation period, and now they are completing some cleanup activities and transferring some data and files down to the ground following that lunar flyby.
Okay, so now
many of these files will be analyzed by the science team overnight in advance of a post-lunar flyby conference.
That is going down.
Once the crew wakes up.
That is going up.
The crew is also preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event.
Pressure is still
Following
nominal.
that downlink, they will have a few final activities for the day, including a private medical conference with their team here on the ground. These are standard conferences that happen at the end of every day.
Yeah, it's definitely
and they'll
nominal.
also have a private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control to go over the vehicle status and any other questions or concerns they may have for the remainder of their flight. We are currently in flight day 6, and we have a splashdown expected on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown expected in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 49 minutes from now.
We'll see you here.
During the lunar flyby, and as part of Artemis 2, it marked the first time in more than 50 years that humans were able to observe the moon directly, and provided a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth, and with no atmosphere, weather, or plate tectonics, the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. Studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced Earth's history, and how the early sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. The science on Artemis is designed around questions best answered by humans working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time human judgment, context, and adaptability. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis real-time orbit website. You can access this website at any time throughout the mission at nasa.gov/trackartemis. It provides updates on the velocity as well as the distance from Earth and the distance from the moon of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander for the mission, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is the pilot, alongside the 2 mission specialists, who are Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 250,000 miles away from the Earth, and that distance now will continue to close down ahead of that splashdown on April 10th. And they are now about 8,100 miles away from the moon, and that distance will continue to increase as they are now in the return leg of their journey.
whatever that mic check was for is probably a private event then. It said VIP event. Get that lined up. Oh, I need a couple more. Yeah. That would... I could see that. I will let this resolve, and then we'll see how much oxygen we have in. I'm going to start pumping it in. Make sure I have the settings right. So we want blue. We're down to 200 moles. Oxygen is at 4 kilomoles. Nitrogen almost 2 kilomoles. That's closing in on complete. Very nice. Yeah, I just need to create some kind of formal thing to attach all the pipes and wires to bring it over here. So it's not just floaty. Okay. Pipes will trip me up. And then we can go down into the mines. Mines of Moria. I should have a little bit of nitrogen in here because I used my... Yep, not very much though. That's not too bad. Then we can set up some more lights. Some railings, safety railings. Not OSHA approved. We do need to get a more robust source of carbon dioxide though. So we'll have to set up a thing to collect gases from the furnace and then sort out the carbon dioxide, cool it down. We'll need to cool down this room. It's already went from 22 to 26.
Houston integrity for ARS.
Go ahead, integrity.
Hey, Tess, great to talk to you. Any chance we could drop the fan speed down for this PAO event?
Oh, fan speed. Fans are making a lot of noise. That's another thing you gotta deal with.
We will put that in work. Great to be talking to you too.
Noctuas, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this room should have a nice little bit of character compared to a lot of other.
Power low.
Let me steal from the APC. I should probably take another break, stretch my legs. Anything to see here? Not really. Alright, let me go do that. I think...
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft has recently concluded their lunar observation period during the lunar flyby.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much in the wind down mode.
The Orion spacecraft and its crew made
going
the
into
closest
pre-config sleep
approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles away from the surface at approximately 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, although the Artemis 2
see you
mission
next
is
time.
a new opportunity to study the moon, teams are also conducting other scientific experiments, including on the crew themselves.
So I'll leave you with them, but yeah, I think they're basically winding down at this point.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon,
be right
flying
back.
around the moon on board Orion. But along with
Boop,
that, we're
and
doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis
Doot. Alright, let's see. Hey, Napsmore, welcome. Alright, back to the game then. So we're ready to bring oxygen in. We're hooked up. We just need to clean out the oxygen and nitrogen. And we'll have some. Exactly. Need to have some fun. We'll keep some of that, some of that. Oh, we need that because that's our tank that will go back. Keep the lights with us. Pipe. Yeah, unfortunately that doesn't work anymore. You have to click your own name. If you're on mobile and can't do that, March 22nd, 2025 is what it says. Yeah, definitely. Just a bit over a year. That always appreciated. It feels like you've been around longer though. Alright, so we clean this out. Yes, we have. So we got 4 kilomoles in there. 1.85 kilomoles in there. So now I can pull this back, put tank back. Not even following.
Plebs are needed.
Oh, Snow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Holy cow. I just saw when your account was created. Old timer. I don't think I've seen an account earlier than that. That's way back in the Justin TV times. Because I've seen like 2011, 2010, I think even 2009, but 2007? Are we there? We're there. I know his account is almost as old as you are. Alright, so we got that, so now what I can do, as long as I take away from here, let's turn this off. If I go away from here, and now I need to hook the nitrogen network back together. Let me get one of these. Oop. To do this just so I can turn everything into nitrogen colored pipes. There we go. Yeah, why you're still here. Okay, so I now need to hook to the tank. Now we take this apart. We'll push it all into the tank. Now we hook that back up. You have to disconnect here. Shove this back into the network. Because if you disconnect from the end of a pipeline, it will shove all those gases or liquids into the network. If you cut in the middle and then start trying to remove an isolated piece of area of pipe, you might compress the gas so much that the last pipe explodes. So we can split that, but now we reconnect that network. Alright, so now that network should be all nitrogen again. Let's double check that. Yes, it is. 1.85 kilomoles. Now I can hook. Save the black pipe so I don't have to do any painting. We'll hook these up. Hook this back up to the filter. Yeah, we want to start collecting gas from that. Probably put like a large tank down over here. Let pump into the large tank and then filter stuff out from there. Currently though, I need to reset my character. I don't need that open anymore. Nitrogen, the red are the volatiles now split into hydrogen and methane. Both can be used as fuel. So it's water, oxygen, nitrogen, methane, hydrogen, and nitrate. When you melt the nitrice ice, you get nitrogen and nitrate, or nitrous. And then there's some other gases you can buy from the trader.
Plebs are needed.
King, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. I don't know what to do with the rest of your name. Yeah, nitrate. Yeah, exactly. It's an oxidizer. So yeah, don't mix that with methane or hydrogen. Another can to reuse later. Alright, so now we can pump some oxygen into the new main base. Might have to go out and mine some though. How much do we have in the network? 4 kilomoles. It's not really that much. There's such a big room up here. So yeah, we'll definitely need to go get a whole bunch of oxide and process it. Well, let me dump a little bit in here and see what kind of effect that has. We also need to get a cooling solution in here before we get too much gas and it gets heated up beyond what we can handle. So that one's the oxygen. Currently flashing an error. Why would it be flashing an error? Got power. I have oxygen in there. Yep, we increased pressure. We only have 13 moles. That per... Yeah, that's per square. We have a lot of squares. Needs to be 20 kilopascals to breathe. Yeah, so we need to go mining. Get lots and lots of oxygen. Fresh battery. Yeah, we just refreshed, so yeah, we're pretty much ready to go. Alright, we will go. Top of the hill here. And there's some. did I dig up down there? Ouch. No control. That's one of the things I need to get set up as a cryo bed in case I get injured. Because the pills don't do it anymore. I think they'll do some, but not the full healing. Water ice. Yeah, let's get some. Because we're gonna have a bigger garden now too. Well, that wasn't very much. I guess we can find out if there's more by doing this. Nope, that was it. Up way down there. Dramatic music for mining. The patches aren't very big. Well, there's some water ice. $250 so far. There's a good patch. Alright, this should be enough to get us up to at least breathable. Then we'll tackle cooling, then we'll tackle carbon dioxide. And cooling that. It's also something we can sell.
Filter low.
No, it doesn't still have 152%. But we'll replace that. Actually, I can get the large filters now. Ooh. there's the cliff side. You can see by the absence of stars. You follow that, that should lead us to our valley. Thank you, Transit, for the lurk once again. Alright, that'll be a nice big chunk of oxygen when we get there. So as well as 5 AM, holy cow, yes. Prepare for sleep time. That looks like a base. Alright, now we spend a whole lot of time crushing oxide. Arc welder, that's the one. Well, as the sun's up, let's tax our solar panels to the max. Alright, a lot of time processing that. In the meantime, yeah, let me figure out the wall cooler setup here. We'll probably need multiple. Six kilopascals. 23 degrees. We will do 3 wall coolers and we'll hook them up to the same network of pipes with plenty of... Well, if I do too many radiators, the gas may freeze. So what am I using in this other? In the other one. It turns on just enough to keep the gas from going kablamo. Well, it did go kablamo once. Just oxygen with fairly low pressure. But now we could use hydrogen or something like that. So let me look at gases. Hydrogen. Freezing temperature, yeah, just barely 15 Kelvin. Late specific heat 20.4. .1 joules per Kelvin. So hydrogen would be good. All right. So I need volume is much higher. Alright, so we'll try 3 wall coolers to start with. Always add more. We'll put them. You can also use liquid. We'd probably freeze the pipes. But anyway, 3 of those. Make sure I didn't leave it on. Put them in 3 different cubes, so that way they act on different volumes of air. Let's put them up. We do not have to really interact with them. Alright, we need power for those guys. That's what I need to do, is get the glasses that let you see the wires and pipes and stuff. Those are also very handy. Or the chip for that. Yeah, I just need the chip for that. Let's make sure I hook them all up right. Nope, didn't do that one. Alright, now I need to have a network of pipes. Alright, now we need to have a place for the radiators. We'll do 4. And then we'll put a thing that keeps pressure down, but the volume pretty high. Add in some hydrogen. And see what happens. We have pipe utilities. One for that, and then one to... No, I just need the regular pipe utility for the canister connection. Have any of those around? Does not look like it. 2 of these. I just drank water. We need to stick one. There. And we need to stick one on the hydrogen line, whichever one that is. That's this one. Oh yeah, keep this process going. Two kill moles. That's actually not. No, that's. How are you? Oh, no. It's the wrong one. Because the filters is what goes out this one, so that's the hydrogen. That is totally wrong. Good thing I checked. So hydrogen will be a little trickier to get. No one. Okay, get the red one. Anything to avoid using paint. Alright, so now I need a canister to move the stuff in. Then we'll go get a drink of water. Alright, we don't have a whole lot of hydrogen. Pretty sure. 79 kilopascals, yep. So we should probably run some more volatiles. Alright, let me go get a drink. Nom 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 nom. Nice. Thriving pumpkins. That was the other band. The not famous one. We're up to 118 kilopascals. Which will hardly move. But we'll see if it works. Oh yeah, I need some radiators. Pipe radiator. How many did I set? 4? Alright, I need this type. Convection radiator needs gas, needs an atmosphere. Alright, let me throw 1 canister of hydrogen in there, see what happens. Uh, 148 kilopascals. 28 kilopascals. Temperature is dropping, but it won't really make a whole bunch more volatiles. Let's see if the let's see if the coolers even work. We can also pump in more oxygen. Right now it's 25 in here. $24 already? Nope. I mean, they got it down to 22 already. I feel like that's gonna work, but why are they flashing there now? We would have heated up the too low pressure. $17 kilopascals. Well, let's go get some more volatiles then. Do I need to reset? No, we're good. Throw another... Oh, perfect timing. Throw another oxide in there. And let's go get some volatiles. Let's go this way this time. One of my little markers there. Out for a morning jog. Hey, Aeroflin, yep. We need the volatiles. Pink stuff. Some on the cliff, but I don't want to wreck the cliff face. Here's some. Koala raid from Mojo. Veldak, hello, welcome guys. Koala raid, holy cow, I got a lot of volatiles there. Welcome. Are you doing your Factorio theory crafting? Quality raid, nice. Gleba designs, nice. We're doing Stationeers on the moon. Save I started a couple weeks back. After the new gases update. We're playing around with some of the new stuff, but mostly doing the old stuff. I am finally getting away from my initial temporary base and trying to get into a bigger room so I can put all my stuff and work in the shirt sleeve environment. That there. So we need to collect some gases to be able to fill up that bigger volume of room. And as it all pops into view, so bit by bit. And we were watching the Artemis mission earlier as they flew around the moon. So we waved at them as they flew by. Alright. Rushing oxide to get oxygen and nitrogen. Crushing volatiles to get methane and hydrogen. Using hydrogen as the cooling medium for our base there. So this is enough to keep the errors from happening. Alright, we got 38 kilopascals, minus 77. Yeah, using hydrogen mostly because I don't have to worry, probably don't have to worry too much about it trying to freeze on me. Or liquefy, whatever you wanna say. Alright, it is now 23 degrees in here. Let me just turn one on. Nope, it's already complaining. Spare t-shirt, yeah. But even that short burst seemed to... Oh, I bet it's too low pressure in the room. I bet that's the error. No, we should be able to fix that now. So we need 20 kilopascals, which is way over there, way over in the corner, like right next to my face where it says 13 kPa. We need that to be 20. Let that settle down. Alright, seems to be enough pressure for that to work. Keep crushing ice. Yeah, throw a little more in there. This old game, hey Adriel, welcome. Alright, what do we got? Got 2.75 kilomoles of nitrogen. 7.95 kilomoles of oxygen. 5 kilomoles of methane. 500 moles of hydrogen. 55 liters of water. Could also crush, but power probably straining a little bit right now. Won't drain this battery. Nice. Still got this trader waiting here. It's been waiting forever. You know what? You can go. We get all the different types of seeds now, except for the special ferns. More ice crushing. But that should do it. I should be able to get the room into breathable status now. stick up to 25 for now. So that'll be the greenhouse area. This will be the manufacturing area. Path down leads to an airlock that we can go mining into the mountain.
Power low.
But once we're breathable in here, we can start moving those in, because I can take off my suit. Look at that, I'm not dying. Probably should put up some lights. Alright, where do we got power? Right there. Oh man, it's gonna be all kinds of ugly. We can cover all that eventually, though. These two hooked up. That certainly helps. Alright, let me get a couple more lights, but let me go ahead and run the cable since I'm here. New base. Or more comfortable base. More room. More amenities. Alright, let me make a couple more lights, see how that does it. I still need something shining right into the lockers. Helmet down. Alright, I think we can go ahead and call it on this one. I got a lurk, alright. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Have a good night's sleep. Alright, jetpack off, my lights off. Okay, you can kinda see in here. Probably need another set of lights in the middle. Or like a little footlight here just shining into the lockers up into my face. This would be the greenhouse area. But I think we can move machines in here now. Now, where do I want? In this corner. So could have thrown it under the stairs. Yeah, you really can't have too much light in big rooms like this. It'd be nice to be able to see even when I have to take the suit off. Alright, right now we're plenty cool. 17 degrees. Need to go eat and drink. Yeah, if I move them out like one section, maybe turn them around so the cables ran down the might be enough. Battery. Oxygen. Waste. Suit off. Eat. Drink. And be merry. Whee! Alright, I need to stretch my legs, so let me do that. And I'll be right back. Boop, boop, and boop. Alright, I'm back everybody. Thanks so much for waiting and hanging out. Having weeks in the suit might ask the merchant for air fresh green trees. Yeah, that'd be a good good little extra item to hang around. So we resupplied ourselves. Coffee Kills, what's up? How you doing? And JD, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Alright, well, it's got some pumpkins. I need... I don't need that anymore. What I need to do... Sure, none. Excellent. Got 50 and it's oh no. Yes. Yeah, I got mine. Yeah, you get a badge and then you get a an emote. For the same hour. So, still plenty of time, just have to jump on one of their streams. Alright, so now I want to automate the cooling. Lighting, I guess we'll not worry about for now. Good enough. Oh yeah, now let's move stuff in here. So where do I want to do that? 4 machines. Two against that wall, or to that wall, to that wall. Greenhouse, we're not ready yet. Gotta run water pipe, then we need to get some carbon dioxide running. Yeah, let's move everything in here so that way I can now build things here. Yeah, well, let's start moving them over. Something else I was gonna make. Anyway, chutes come down with a wrench. Correct. And drill. Do that. How's our battery? 39%. And then angle grinder. Wire cutters. And angle grinder again. And wrench. Need to put a poster up there so that I don't keep slamming my nose into that, thinking I can go through. Yeah, I think we'll do... Nope. Now, is that going to be a pain putting stuff in there? The chutes though are gonna come out that. Alright, welder. Iron. Cable. Plastic. Screwdriver. And then the mod. Right now, don't have any automation going on. Now I like want it over like just one space. There's electronics there. Yeah, just one more space to make that a little more viable. Wrench. Oops. There we go. And before I forget, if I try dumping ingots out of there, I don't get the stacked to the ceiling full of ingots. Alright, now the electronics. Guess we can do one on each end. So pipe on this one, tools over here. Alright, do we remember the sequence? Drill. Grinder? Nope. Drill, drill, and drill again. Then angle grinder. Then wire cutters. Cables out. Then angle grinder again to get the iron out. Then finally a wrench. Oh yeah. Probably should have emptied it first. Yeah, it already feels so much more open. Adding more power is probably the next step. And then putting a transformer bank, then place for other utilities underneath. Welder. Cables. Welder again. Screwdriver. Screwdriver with mod. Bingo. It's already set to 100. Excellent. Next pipe bender over here. Let me replace the stacker. Yeah, I want room to be able to get out. Or get into here. Don't know what will go there, but Put something. Then the whatchamacallit. On this side for the angle. Wire cutters.
Power low.
Angle grinder again. And a wrench. Boink. Fortunately, nothing can happen to them in here, so. But we do need pipe bender. Power low. Welder. Cables. Welder again. Screwdriver. Screwdriver and mod. Oh, gone backwards. That's okay, that was an arbitrary decision anyway, so doesn't matter. And we are back in business. I just need to go get all the ingots. It's not quite sure where I'm going to put them. Make some room. Alright, did we lose any ingots? Hmm. I should throw them all into a thing so I can break them all up into hundreds. A kit there and a kit there kind of makes sense. Squeeze one in between there. Do I have some? Yeah, that makes sense for a couple lockers. Alright, let me go clear out one of the other ones and bring it back with us. First I need... Alright, so... I feel like the exotics should probably go over here. Actually, let me go ahead and put everything into a machine, and we'll break it up into 100 stacks of 100. Oh yeah, I gotta reset the other stackers. Well, not like I gotta divide all those. already less than 100. I haven't used this one yet. That's not very many more. Is there any over here? Nope, just ores. I need to eat and drink here soon. Alright, everything except for our special ores are all in here. 600 iron, 400 gold, 400 copper, 500 steel, electrum, invar, constantan, solder, silicon. Alright. Now the flood. Well, that's going. Let me make sure I set these. Solder. Constantan. Exactly 200? No. Alright, the most organized my ingots are ever gonna be. Alright, so that's that locker. Now we have iron. Gonna do with these is throw the wrong one. Yes, I did. I'll throw 100 in each of these. This represents my overflow. Barely just enough copper. Gold.
Hydration critical.
Steel. 1 silver. Just throw down there. And finally, silicon. Gonna leave this one out for now. Until I can get more than 400. I'll just put where it's needed. And so, yeah, ideally you kind of have, I like the way I've seen a couple of YouTubers do it. It's like, reach the point where when the machine runs out, go make some more, rather than steal from another machine. So you're not shuffling all the time. Let's go eat and drink. Battery. Oxygen. Oh, I should check the temperature over there. See if it's gone up too much. Waste tank. Suit off. Oh, need the suit off too. And eat. Bingo. Alright, how much is that room heating up? Look at all that space. Yeah, do they have posters? I don't know. Maybe thinking of a different game. Either Toolmaker. I think furniture's in the regular. Booster. Nope. Wall. Nope. Well, decoration on the wall, so maybe the mod I saw. I'll keep trying to walk through that glass window. Temperature in here is 22 degrees, so they go up from 17 to 22. See how fast these work. $21, alright. It was like less than a minute to raise it or lower it by one degree. But to make sure to put the thermostat on the other side of the room. So those three should be able to handle it. It's the temperature of the hydrogen. Minus 100-ish. Yeah, well above its liquefaction temperature. And that's after we added some heat into it. Excellent. Alright. So we have a new place to hang out. And then eventually we'll go down here and mine. Get deep into the mountain and use the glasses to try to find stuff. Instead of making holes all around the base. Anyway, that will do it for me. I think that's a good stream. Amazing experience with the moon flyby. Thank you guys for hanging out with me during that. Full power. Yeah, we'll add more solar. Put the couple transformers close over here. Run different operations for the main headquarters. We need to capture and utilize carbon dioxide from the furnace, plus all the other gases. And then we can do trading for some of the other weird stuff. Got nuclear batteries. We can make the big old batteries too. Anyway, let's see who we can raid. Thank you. I'll be... I'm not sure about being back tomorrow. Possibly in the evening, Pacific time. Work in the morning till afternoon. Yeah, I'm not sure about tomorrow. Maybe I will... Yeah, I'll definitely work on VODs. So back Wednesday. I gotta catch up on VODs again. Salford Sound's doing one I've heard of but haven't seen yet, called Space Drilling Station. That intrigues me, so let's go take a look at that. So go say hello to Sal. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Jimorian chill raid. I don't know what I'll play Wednesday. We got all kinds of new games now. Because now we got Xenonauts 2. That campaign on that, probably 2 to 3, 4 streams to finish that. So we can actually finish a game. So we have Timberborn, Satisfactory, Captain of Industry, Stationeers, Machinki, Minecraft. Anyway, have a great day, have a great week. I'll catch you guys on Wednesday. Until then, bye bye, and labu.